rice. Hi, buddy. Hi, Ace. I'm planting flowers. I tried to get 2 giant eggs. I got 1. It's not fair. I did get the eggplants though, so we can go and turn those in and get that treasure map prepared. And do that, mess around with the treasure map quest for a bit. Pumpkin, eggplant, bell pepper, pumpkin. Drop rate's no good indeed, Parker. No goo. America run no dun dun. So no goo. Goolets. I started Elden Ring today on PS4, and then I made the mistake. I was in a rush, and tried to make my guy look pretty, and I went and started the game. I saved the character to favorites. Started the game, and then I was like, I didn't pick a gift. The thing that gives you an extra bonus at the start, I didn't pick one. Start you with that one by default, so I just left. So I deleted the character and started over from the beginning. Also, I bought Yakuza 7. And I installed it on PS5 last night, started the game, and uploaded my save files, downloaded them on PS5, booted the game up to see if they would load, and they're like, "Oh yeah, no, it's not compatible at all. Save files don't carry over whatsoever." And I'm like, "Nothing?" And they're like, "Yeah, no, nothing." Like, I got stuff in Yakuza Kiwami for having played Yakuza 0, and like, I don't get anything for having beaten the same game just on the next generation that is and this generation is backwards compatible. And I was angry, and I'm like, fine, I guess so. I can start from the beginning on this game I put like 80 hours into. Oh, you may hear some noises. Somebody is flicking his tail and stuff. He's got feelings and thoughts. Yeah. And so I woke up this morning and walked into the house. I had to sleep in the room where Chloe was, in the room with Chloe, because she's a dog. She will lose it if she doesn't get to sleep next to a person. She can't just not sleep near a person. She's a dog. So then when I walked into the rest of the house, out comes Levi immediately, and he goes, "Meow." And I'm like, "Hi, buddy." And he goes, "Meow." And I'm like, "I know, I'm sorry." And he goes, "Meow." I'm like, "All right." And then I pet him, and then he just started meowing more quietly and purring.
Perhaps we should be going.
See someone yelling, "Why do people have to die?" Yeah, let's bounce. Kitty. This is how they say cat in Rush. Oh, please God, don't tell me you have a side quest too.
Oh there. Hopefully told me about you.
Excuse me, I am no simple hoe.
Just tell me where you're going, and I'll take you there. No charge.
Yeah, I checked. There's one place in the game where you can get giant eggs. Yesterday, and then I kept going back and forth to get the stuff for the giant eggs, and they're like, "Nope, none here." Well, one after several attempts. Anyway, I almost killed somebody. I didn't. There was nobody. Oh. Oh.
Does it not strike you as curious to find wolves in the desert?
Should it?
They normally live in forests, yes. Deserts would seem to hold little sustenance for them.
I thought they were more plains
Guess what
creatures.
they've been eating.
Oh, here's something you might not know. I do love cat persistence to steal. You might not know, Ace, but Parker. Is that Nami's name in Japanese does directly translate to cat burglar, but cat burglar has two implications in Japanese. Not just a woman who steals, but also a woman who can steal the men of other women. It means her epithet doesn't just mean cat burglar. It means home wrecker. Okay, so do you guys want to hear some One Piece discourse? People are still fighting over whether Yamato is part of the crew. So let's see. Oh boy. Hopefully your laptop makes it. But even though someone said in the chapter that came out today, or for today for you, yesterday for me, said, you can't win this battle for us, Yamato. We only want people who are going to stay in this country with us, that are not leaving. Because you, Yamato, you're leaving. We can't let you guys win this for us. It's like, oh yeah, it's almost like Yamato is going to leave with the Straw Hats because Yamato is a Straw Hat. Yamato's a Straw Hat now. Also, people have been extremely disrespectful to Sanji, and I do not stand for that. That's horseshit.
I got the materials you needed. Not that I have any idea how they're supposed to be helpful.
I think cat stealing stuff is funny though.
Hey, this looks great. Let's get it back to the client.
Sanji is cool. It's mostly just people being like, Sanji's not as strong. And I'm like, shut up! Go outside! He kick and he cook. What's not to love? Well, he does say a couple things later that people are just not caring for, but you know, he's getting better. Yeah.
Oh there.
Please stop calling me a hoe. Like, I get it. I know I'm wearing the thigh-high boots, but that doesn't mean you can talk to me like that. I'm wearing boots with the fur. And jeans. I ain't never seen jeans. And the Reeboks with the pants. And the pants. Yes, he does have to be less horny.
Is your husband around?
Jeans with the jeans.
Sorry, he's out shopping for weapons right now.
Oh, alright. Well, can you give him this book?
Fine.
If I may, madam, what is it about our transaction that has you so dissatisfied?
This is another map, isn't it? Well, as soon as he sees it, he's going to run off on some fool treasure hunt again. One of these days, he's going to get himself killed.
I understand. I know what it's like to worry about someone.
I don't suppose... Look, is there any way you can find this treasure? If you can track it down and bring it to my husband, that would be enough to satisfy his curiosity.
I think we can do that. But first, we gotta figure out where this map leads.
That seems like Popola's area of expertise. Perhaps she has some advice for us.
Yeah, let's go talk to her.
Surely you are aware that meddling in the affairs of a married couple will accomplish nothing.
Look, I took on a job and I'm gonna see it through.
Your sense of duty is positively breathtaking.
Hey, I know what it feels like to worry about family. If we can keep others out of danger by handling stuff like this, I'm all for it.
It is a tremendous burden. And yet I cannot say I dislike that way of thinking.
Oh there.
Oh, I want Drakengard 3 to be remade. I know I purchased a copy of it. but I want it to be remade so it like it goes down to like 8 frames per second on the cons. It was made for like one console, and it still maybe 2, and it still manages to run poorly. It's like, dude, there are games that run better than this that were made for like 9 consoles. I'm talking about Mighty Number 9. Mighty Number 9 runs better than it. But Drakengard 3 is not artistically bankrupt, and has likable characters and a good story, and good character designs, and good music, and good and gameplay that is at least not like a slightly altered copy and paste of something that has been around for 30 years and still manages to be subpar, but like Mighty Number 9 sucks. You Naruto, you run your way up that ladder, Kaine. You'll make it one of these days. Kaine can't climb ladders, by the way. She just teleports up. I don't think she knows how to climb ladders. Look at her. She can't climb ladders. It's okay. Not everybody can do everything. Also, goddamn, Parker is already in Skypiea. That's unstoppable. That's incredible. Ace, don't start One Piece. It's a drug.
Hey, there's shades here.
Oh no, not shades. It looks like you're saying on my penis. I'm sorry, that's just what my brain came up with. You know. It's driving me nuts.
That's the last of them. Now let's get a piece of that tree root. This should be enough root. Let's get it back to that guy. Oh man, I hope that... So, One Piece fans are absolutely rabid right now because it went on like a 5-6 week break. So like, after every chapter, everybody's like, one more, please! And it's like, oh, I'm doing lots of pretty drawings for the One Piece, Isn't that nice? And they're like, no, I want more!
The shades are getting so strong. They were never this powerful before.
It seems the Shades are continually expanding their forces.
Looks like they'll just keep pushing us humans back, huh?
No, I'll find a way to stop them.
Shades do got the willpower, it seems.
as romantic and fun an idea it is to be a pirate, I don't think I could be on a boat for that long.
Oh there, getting on?
Yeah, boats don't really have those. It's not pirate ships. Okay, Devila. Popola, sorry, not Devila. Man, I remember one time my friend, her dad was just like, "Hey, the name," and she's just like, "It's not me," and he's like, Dad's like, "What? It's not me. That's her. She's upstairs." And he's like, "Could you go and get her for me, please?" And she's like, "Yeah, okay." or could one of you, whenever, just do the thing? And she's like, "Okay."
Hey, got a minute? I have a map I need your help
They
with.
are identical twins, so it's fair to confuse them, but
Sure. What kind of map?
Here, let me show you.
This looks like a map of the Lost Shrine. Apparently this leads to some unidentified object of great importance. It also talks about a hidden room in the Lost Shrine where sunlight doesn't reach. I bet that's where your secret treasure is hiding.
A hidden room in the Lost Shrine, huh? Thanks for the help.
Oh, not at all. Glad to be of service.
also, like, seeing that their dad confuses them made me feel relief. I'm like, phew, thank goodness that anybody can do that, because I can't I'd like never refer to them by name until someone else refers to them by name, and then I know that's who they are. Because they're identical. I can't tell the difference.
I wish I could leave this.
I don't know what it would be like talking to your identical twin.
Oh there.
I don't like seeing your own face on somebody else for your entire life and just being like, oh yeah, there's someone with the exact same DNA as me, right? Just sitting around, you know?
Here's your route, buddy.
Oh, how wonderful. This should help with my research. You see, research is what a scientist does when...
I know what research is. Get to the point.
I love it.
Well, see, fossil records show that at one point in the distant past, all plant life just up and disappeared from the surface of our planet. But of course, there are plants here now, which means they managed to come back. I'm trying to figure out how that happened.
Interesting.
Seeds underground.
Figure it out, it might make growing crops a lot easier.
No plants. I know what research is.
You're way smarter than I thought, buddy. Anyway, here's your payment. Thanks again. Back to work then.
Like, though sometimes people would be like, I can't tell you and your brother apart. I'm like, ha, ha, ha. Well, he's taller than me. And that's a pretty easy clue.
Oh there. Getting on?
The one that's taller isn't me. Also, I was asked, are you guys twins? And I'm like, no, he's 2 years older than me. That's why we're in different grades. But I think that's more that people can't tell the difference between two brown people. Being identical, I don't see how that couldn't be like 6 years. Wow. Not telling people you have a twin is very funny. I thought I just saw you in the cafeteria. Oh yeah, sorry. I had to go. One thing I'm really glad about is that there's one thing about Sonic the Hedgehog, as in Sonic Adventure 2, one of the greatest games ever made, that always really bothers me when people are like, but Shadow the Head, Sonic Adventure 2, when they're like, we can't tell the difference between Sonic and Shadow. I'm like, they are literally different colors. They, like, also, I'm pretty sure there's, and like, it's not even just different colors. They have different fur patterns. Like, if you saw someone who had red hair, and then someone else had brown hair with gold highlights, would you be like, but they had roughly the same size, roughly the same features. It's like, oh man, guess you dyed your hair. And it's like, no, and he has a tuft of fur on his chest. Like, people don't just add. He's a hedgehog. He didn't add body hair. Damn Sonic on T. Sorry. But happy for him. But then it's just like, oh yeah, oh, I couldn't tell you apart. And that doesn't happen in Devil May Cry. because and then the only time it happens is with somebody who's blind, because Dante and Virgil wear different colors and have different hairstyles and have different weapons and talk very differently. They are never mistaken for each other. And it's nice that they aren't. But there is somebody else who might have kind of mistaken them. At least that's kind of the common fan theory, is that, or I say common fan theory, it's something I've just kind of suspected, is that Nero and others did as well, is that, or like V suspected that Nero was just Dante's son, and everybody seemed to think that Dante, and others seemed to think, oh yeah, there's the guy just 20 years younger than Dante, who looks a lot like him, hanging around Dante, who looks up to him and stuff, so that's probably his son. I would assume that. And then it's just, and then it seems like Nero might have assumed that. That's at least what I assumed. It's like, but because, like, you know, why wouldn't you? You don't. One thing is like that that I overlook is that he's like Dante's like, that sword used to belong to my brother, it's got to stay in the family. And then it's just like, wait, Nero wouldn't know when Virgil died, or was presumed dead, but basically died. Also, I love how in the game they address that by saying, heard Dante killed Virgil once, and they just don't ever fully be like, what, did he die and come back, or did he survive? They just say, yeah, I heard he killed him once. Oh, I love Devil May Cry. It's so good. And that, like, that means that either Trish or Lady were just like, yeah, I killed him. He got better, I guess. Which is either way very funny. Because Dante basically assumed that Virgil was dead twice, both for very good reasons. One time he literally went to hell, and the other time he exploded. Like, after the first time, it's like, well, why would you think he's... It's like, oh, he exploded. Some people are like, he teleported away. Every time I look at the animation, it's different. When he teleports, his soul, he goes into a single flame and flies somewhere else. And then the explosion is in a different shape. And then there's no flame that lands. And then he drops something, as though that's the only thing left of him. And it's like, yeah. And then in DMC4, they say that there are weapons made, that there are creatures who have a core that's from parts of the Black Angel demon found on the remains of, what do you call it? Malay Island, or that served Mundus or whatever. And it's like, yeah, these guys are made of parts of Virgil's dead body. Virgil was just dead. And it's like, oh, that was his armor. It's like, oh, he could have regenerated that but like, no, he was goo for a while. Also, in terms of, oh, can they basically die and come back? Well, let's think about it this way. In Devil May Cry 3, I know I've brought this up before, is that, Ace, I'm sorry, but in Devil May Cry 3, Dante gets shot in the head. Right in the head. He doesn't even fall down. His head gets knocked back, and then he just, like, he got like he got hit in the head. Fairly, it's like at a moderate, with a moderate weight. And then his head comes back forward and he's like, that's rude. That's basically what he does. And then like, he has recovered in like 2 seconds from a gunshot to the forehead. Then in 5, he gets punched over a mile away, and it takes him a month to recover. Like, sure, he's older, and his metabolism might have gone down, but like, he can still get impaled and just stand back up. Like, for him to take over like 30 days to recover, the dude must have been paced. Dante just heals way more quickly than that. That's my theory, at least, is that Dante got gooped. He got punched so hard that he was basically goo, and also his clothes were fine though. And then V finds him and he's like, "Oh hey, there he is," and he's just like, glad he recovered." And he's just like, "I thought those kinds of birds were illegal," holding a very big knife. You know, another thought I had today that I didn't like nearly as much is that Dante's outfit in Devil May Cry 3 is very similar to another fictional character's, if you tear it down to its base elements. And that's Nathan Drake. They both wear a gun holster, a chest holster, along with a single pants, boots, and then like the single top, right? It's just that Dante has a way more interesting silhouette and hairstyle that's less common, and he has an open jacket, and it's clearly like supposed to like show parts of him, like his nature. Like he's a little rough around the edges, but like what does Nathan Drake's outfit say about him? Oh yeah, Parker, if you don't know already. Oh, okay. That would make sense as well. I don't know. Yeah, but if there's no source, it's hard to confirm. But like, if in this is of course a Sanji safe space. This is not a Nathan Drake or Uncharted or The Last of Us safe space. I hate those games. But this is a hostile space for those games and characters. Thank you. You are now entering enemy territory. Like, it's to the point where we saw there's that little Astro's Playroom game for PlayStation 5 is the pack-in game. My friend and I saw Nathan Drake in there, and we could not tell it was Nathan Drake. We were like, who is that? And I was like, I think it's supposed to be Nathan Drake. And then my friend said, how can you be sure it's not Lara Croft? And I was like, you're right, it could be Lara Croft. And then we found Lara Croft later. And then we're like, okay, so that has to be Nathan Drake then. Because, like, his signature thing is gun holster. Lots of characters have those. Many characters have guns. It's like, oh, he's got spiky hair. I'm like, oh, the only video game man with spiky hair. I didn't realize. And guess what? When we saw Lara Croft, we could tell who she was. Because she has the signature ponytail. And she has the gun, and she had the green tank top. And she had the twin guns. And we're like, oh, there's Lara Croft. Okay. If you got the hair for it, I'd say why not? Hair is hard to grow that long, though. Go Viking style. Long bear. Oh, okay. I'm sorry that your hair is annoying you. I confused this quest with another one and was looking in the wrong place. It's probably inside. And yes, we could very easily finish the game today. Quote unquote finish the game. So I don't know if I've told you this, but this is the type of game where when you beat it and play it again, different stuff happens, and things change. So we're very close to the end of the first full playthrough. There will be multiple. Sorry. But it gets faster and faster each playthrough. So when I called it the first half, that was kind of disingenuous. It's closer to the first quarter. We're about so when I say we're almost finished, it's closer to being halfway through. L block. I'm just gonna look it up, alright? I don't want to look. I don't care. Okay. I love cheating. I know it's absolutely riveting watching me look for where something is, but... Also, have you, Parker, have you played Multiversus yet? It's neat.
Is this the treasure?
Oh, okay. Alright, buddy.
Not but a pile of junk. It seems this treasure map was a ruse.
Now what? His wife isn't gonna like this at all.
It is fun. I'm gonna become a Mr. Meeseeks main. He's not a playable character. So when Warner Brothers and Disney merge in 5 years, that game's gonna get crazy. I'm sorry, that's true, that might happen. And they say we'll call ourselves Shinra. We've discovered this wonderful new energy source. Oh god, I still can't swim.
Everything in working order.
Yeah, Mice. I'm good.
Your health is diminished. Do be more careful next time.
You know what I just realized is that... no, that's okay. I figured it out. But...
Oh, there.
Jinbei's probably gonna have to be the one who rescues... the Yamato from the water when he falls in, because he's so big. It's gonna be difficult for anybody else to get their hands around him. He's 8.5 feet tall. But Jinbei is 9'10", so he's he could probably do it.
It's you, eh?
How'd it go?
We followed the map, but all we found was a pile of junk.
I see. In that case, can I ask you to sell my jade hair ornament and purchase something shiny with the proceeds? Then we can give it to him and pretend that you found it.
You sure? This looks pretty valuable.
That's because it is. But if it keeps that idiot husband of mine home safe, then it's worth it.
Well, should we obey the wife's request and sell her jade hair ornament?
Well, if that's what she wants, let's go to the Strange Things store and see what we can get for it.
I guess I'll just keep running around for these fucking people. This is like step 5. Oh no, Yamato is 8'8". Yeah, Yamato is 8'8". Jinbei is 9'10", and Luffy is 5'7.5" in part 1, and then in the part 2 he grows to 5'8.5". They're like, so there, yeah, there's this one, there have been a couple pieces of fan art and I apologize, Ace, that I complain about it again, but there was this one piece of fan art that drew Nami, Robin, and Yamato all as being the same height, and it got me so angry because Nami's like 5'6", like 5'6", and Robin is like 6'2" or 3, and Yamato is 8'8", and I'm like, they are not the same height at all. The shortest is 3 feet shorter than the other. 3 feet. 38 inches in height difference. And you draw them standing at the same, like they're the same height. That's like saying that I am the same height as Andre the Giant. I'm not. I am objectively not. Or that, like, I am the same height that I was when I was 4 years old. It's just not true. I am not tall as fuck. I am 5'10". Yeah, average height king. I was told as a child, maybe one day you'll be taller than... Oh damn, congrats. I was told as a child that one day maybe you'll be taller than your older brother. It could happen. And then it didn't. And I'm fucking angry. Don't make promises like that. Say it doesn't matter how tall you are or something like... Or whatever like that. Don't be like... Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, you're 3.5 feet and 12 inches. I don't know how to add that up. Oh, okay. Oh, Parker, do you know how tall the tallest character in One Piece is?
Oh, there.
Oh, yeah. 590 feet tall. That's over 100 feet taller than Godzilla. Wait, I think I think I've looked it up before. I think it might be nearly double the height of Godzilla. How tall is not Tom Cruise, not Kevin Hart, the real person, Godzilla, the one that matters. 300 okay, so let's see. 390 feet, 3 feet in this, in the 2014 version. How tall is the real Godzilla? Okay, 400 feet tall. Yeah. And in the USA version, 328 in the original. Okay. And then in one, it's 984. Okay, so not always taller than Godzilla. But people say, how tall is the real Godzilla? That's really funny. Just to be like, okay, but the real Godzilla? How tall is the real Godzilla? I'm like, oh shit, you're right. I wasn't thinking about the real Godzilla.
Yes! Goal! That map was right all along. Not sure it's enough to roll around in, but maybe I can make it work.
Oh, how wonderful. Now will you please promise to stop with all this treasure hunting?
I promise, honey. From now on, it's nothing but good, honest work for me. Oh, but wait. There's one more thing.
Oh, so that's just Guts' sword in the background. You can't have it.
Here. This is the first map I ever found. Take it. I won't be needing it anymore.
This map's even more cryptic than the last one.
Yet I feel confident the rubbish it will lead us to is the same. Now come, we've little time to waste with such trifles.
Probably, but treasure hunting is all about believing in what's possible, Ice.
Such things are beyond even my comprehension.
Think of it as a game, if that helps. Now let's go talk to Popola and see if she can help with the map.
A game? Oh, but you do get this sword, which is pretty similar to Guts' sword. So we can look at this and compare it to that. It's pretty close, I'd say. 'Cause you can't make a game with big swords. Oh yeah, it's over 6 feet long. The problem is that Guts is drawn inconsistently in height. Like you know those shows where those not Netflix, those online YouTube shows where they're like, we're making a fictional sword real. They can't do that. Like if they were to do that with Guts' sword, the Dragon Slayer, they can't, because it is just physically too heavy to expect people to wield without somebody getting hurt. It's confirmed to weigh over 400 pounds. And all that metal weighing down like that, like, I don't know if it would be, it might be more than 400 pounds. Like, that's a lot. It's like, here's the thing, is that Guts, is, like, his height changes. Like, his height is not consistent. Yeah, like, you wouldn't be, the blacksmiths wouldn't be able to lift it during forging. Okay. Guts Berserk. He has like multiple heights, so that are not exactly consistent. So let's see. Okay, let's see. Yeah, no, there's no listed height, but on the wiki at least. No. How tall is Guts from Berserk? Okay, so the general consensus is that he's about 6'8". His height is always inaccurate. He's about 6'4". It's about. Okay, some say he's 6'6". Like, it's not. There's no consistent listed height. It's because Miura would draw him just differently sometimes, like how it looks in the scene. Okay, the forged flash. Oh boy. Like, yeah, though, you can't make that. It has to be fictional, unless we find out there are still giants. That the, oh no, yeah, there are giants. There actually have been giants the whole time. Like, most people who get that big tend to have hormone disorders. Like, beyond 7.5 feet, you probably have a hormone disorder.
I've got another map for you.
Alright, let me take a look.
Here.
Oh no, they don't.
Well, the code on this is pretty tricky. But I think it's a map of the Northern Plains. It mentions something about the place where the Iron Bridge starts. But that's all I can make out. Sorry I can't be more help.
No, this is great, Popola. Thanks.
Yeah, that's what the human heart isn't supposed to deal with, stuff like that. Like, why is it people get that big and then their heart doesn't, like, seem to be able to keep up? I don't know. Or maybe it's just like dogs. Like, yeah, no, they're just not meant to be that big. There's a lot of blood to pump. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't know what you want from me. He is here. Oh, do you want to come here? Yeah? Hello. Are you big and strong enough to wield the Dragon Slayer blade? You can bite the microphone. Yes, you're capable of that. I never doubted that you were able to do that. You've always been very good at it. He might be able to. Oh yeah, I have to check my mailbox. I'm gonna do that after I get this. I can't say I know. No. Hi, buddy. Hello. The Spear Labyrinth's shout.
Wow.
It would appear this latest treasure map was the real thing.
Yeah, I'd say this is an ample reward.
It's a neat spear. I like it. It's worse than my current spear though, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, the maze screen. So a bit of a problem with this game in the original release is that this spear that I'm using right now, it was just the best weapon, and in this game it's still really good. So you'd think maybe, oh, they rebalanced the weapons and made it so they're all valid. No, they just put 2 even stronger weapons in.
I guess Warren Bellow does work. Yeah, I get. There aren't many. The best sword being, and there is now a true ultimate weapon. So, the true ultimate weapon that you can gain after doing all of the big endings. And then you get the big ultimate weapon. And it's just better than everything else. And you're like, well, I might as well use this. Alrighty. Good night, Parker. Thank you for coming by. Good night. I don't know when the last time... I don't know where my laptop charger is. So I had a plate. My laptop used to rest on my nightstand, and then Levi knocked it off. So I just put it on the floor under my bed, and then my bed frame fell apart, and then I moved it under my desk. So I don't have. I don't know where the charger is anymore. All right, let's check the mail. As per Rule 25,656, please consider this your official notice that the King of Facade has chosen to enter into the ceremony of matrimony. Please lodge all objections and/or congratulations through the official channels as stated in Rule 38,585. Sincerely, the Facade Royal Office of Marriage and Other Legally Binding Contracts and Concerns. P.S. Hey guys, it's me, the King of Facade. Sorry this is all formal and stuff. Listen, I'm getting married, and I really want you to come, so get over here.
The king is getting married. Does this old book good to see a boy become a man?
Probably not a good idea to turn down a wedding invitation from a king. Let's go to Facade.
They're gonna get married. The king's getting married to somebody. I wouldn't want to go to a royal wedding. Yeah, no.
Oh there.
That's a lot of pressure. I don't have clothes suitable for the occasion. Yeah. I also haven't been to a wedding since I was 9? I don't know. I don't remember how old I was.
I watched my friend get married on YouTube. Because he got married in 2020 because his fiance refused to delay it or whatever. She's like it's happening, we're doing it, I don't care. This was in like June of 2020, like she was insistent. And I'm like, girl, you're already living together, it doesn't matter. Like, I know lots of people have the picture in their head of how their life should be. It doesn't matter if you get married, you're fine. They're the ones that have 2 children now and fight all the time, by the way. We were all saying, like, so do you think that they're gonna break up before the wedding? And I was like, I don't think it's gonna happen that way. Like, it might, but I don't think either of them will ever come to that conclusion. Why the fuck would you have a family wedding and say no kids? That's just shitty.
Great. Covered in sand.
Diving in sand is an excellent way to lose health. Do try to be more careful,
The only time, like, the family had a thing that like, there was never anything that's like no kids for the most part, but like my mother just had it on the day of my grandfather's funeral. My mother had a neighbor take us to the zoo instead because she didn't want us to be upset. She wanted us to try to take our mind off of things, and she didn't want us to see her cry. But, like, nobody's ever been like, your kids can't come to my wedding. Like, that's just mean. They're still humans.
God, sand in your clothes is the worst.
It makes one want to enjoy a bath for certain.
Ice? Can you even take baths?
Yes.
Huh. Okay, then.
I love how he doesn't elaborate on it. Yeah, babe. You're made of paper. Yeah? Yeah. I went to one funeral, and I don't think I can handle them. You put me on a quest, don't you? You send me on a long quest, don't you? That's what you do. Let's enter the king's mansion. Guess what? Not only is the plot gonna progress, we're gonna get some character info. Does that have like just a glass? Is that a toilet? I don't know. Ah, you came. It's been so long.
We hear your days of bachelorhood are coming to a close, King.
So I like to pretend he doesn't have an official name as far as we know. so everybody just calls him king. So I like to just think of them just going like, they say things like, congratulations, king. Hey, it's king. Hey, king. Stuff like that.
Congrats.
Forgive my prying, but we are all eager to know the identity of your lucky bride.
This is a very specific question, and I don't expect you to be able to fulfill it because I don't even know where it's from. But there was like somebody like opening to a hate message and that said like, you're with your nails long like that, you look like a girl. And it was a thin black man tapped his nails on a mug before pulling it back, and he's like, hey king, so here's the thing, I'm a F slur. And then that's just the end. It's just like 5 seconds, and I haven't been able to find that video. I don't know how to type it. I've looked for it on YouTube. It might be a TikTok. I don't know where it's from. Hey king, so I'm a slur. Ah yes, how rude of me. How nice to see you again.
Hold on. Fira?
That's right.
You have grown into a fine example of womanhood. I'm sure you will make
She is also, like, definitely taller than him. Short king.
Kaine's gonna want to see this.
Indeed. Did you know, but I am truly glad to see you all. Did you know that my bride threatened to boycott the ceremony if you did not come? And you must be Emil?
Pleased to make your acquaintance, your royalness. Congratulations on your wedding. I'm sorry Kaine's not here, but...
Let me guess, she's outside, right? What nonsense. She knows she is welcome here. And now I must insist that you stay with me tonight as guests, as honored guests of the royal family.
Of course. How could we refuse?
The lore happens shortly, I believe. Please give me the lore, please. Please. Here's Kaine.
To think they even have rules governing the timing and water temperature of a bath.
What's it to you? You don't even take baths.
So that was something that was just discussed.
Kaine?
What is the matter?
I don't like this. Weddings are festive occasions, you know? Should I even be here?
We were invited here by the king, remember?
Sure. But what about everybody else?
This city isn't like our villages. It's all about the rules here. And since there isn't a specific rule about you, I honestly think they won't give a crap.
Yeah, maybe.
Be messed up if they made a rule about you. What if that's what all the rules are? Like, you look in the rule book and it's like, Carl is not allowed to dip a burger into the ranch dip ever again. If he commits this again, he can be punished with death.
Will you at least procure a new set of lingerie for the festivities? Some spring colors, perhaps?
Keep talking, book.
Just the Carl ranch.
Let's see how smug you are when I toss you on a campfire. Let's see how smug you are when I toss you on a campfire.
She's excellent. But it's just like, it's just funny oh, are you gonna get some spring colors in there? For the festive wedding occasion? Alright, I believe this is where it happens.
Oh.
What's up?
Just having trouble getting to sleep.
Something bothering you?
No. The opposite, in fact. I'm just so excited about the wedding that I can't settle down. I bet it's gonna have streamers and dancing and
bears on unicycles and everything.
Yeah, that's right. Markiplier is gonna be there. I'm sorry. I'll be funny one day. Ninja's not invited.
I'm sort of jealous. I wish I was Vera.
I wish I was Fira, he says. Here comes.
You'll find a nice bride someday, Emil.
You'll find a nice bride someday, Emil.
Huh? Oh, right. Bride.
A bride.
You must be tired indeed if you misunderstood that simple social nicety.
Yeah, that's not exactly it.
That is indeed not exactly it. So this wasn't in the original. It was all subtext. And it was in like maybe like a art book and stuff. Now they're being more explicit with it. They are not, because 2010 was not quite as friendly. But it's still even not very friendly now. But yeah, he's gay. Emil is gay. And that's why he's so happy to see the NieR. Yeah, because he has a crush on him. Excuse me. The harvest was weak again this year, and my people are beginning to go hungry. This is quite a shift. I'm gay. Oh, by the way, the people are beginning to starve from the famine. Also, our quarrel with the wolves is taking a turn not for the worst. The duties of a king are overwhelming. In truth, I feel somewhat guilty about holding a festival to celebrate my wedding.
Everyone needs to blow off steam and celebrate once in a while.
Indeed, your people have earned a moment of rest and respite.
I guess that's true.
Plus, you want to make Fira happy, right? Anyway, life is better when you have someone to fight for.
That's not something that's written in the rules, but perhaps it should be. Someone to fight for. Yes, I like the sound of that. Stop putting everything in rules! Alright.
Aw, weddings are the best. There's flowers everywhere. Everyone's happy. It's just great. I'm kind of jealous. Aren't you jealous, Kaine?
Nah.
Oh, come on.
I just love how there are all these people in strict cultural clothes, like ceremonial garb. And then we've got this dude with a giant sword, a floating book, a gay skeleton with a stick, and this lady in lingerie. And thus in front of the these beloved guests, and per rule 904, I hereby request that you seal your union with a kiss. Oh, Ace, what if I told you that one more character was not quite what that you might expect? Might follow into a grouping under a certain lettered thing. This sort of thing is always hard for me, says the king of facade. How many other times have you, like, what other things are like this? Public affection? I don't know. Public displays of affection might be difficult, I guess. I don't know. His dad did die when he was a kid, and he does not seem to have a mother. Animate the kiss, cowards. Oh, and she's waving to us. Oh, and Kaine has her arm resting on Emil's big round head. The wolves are coming. Run!
That wolf is a shade.
The leader seems to have the power to reflect magic.
No, why did you protect me? Kira, say something. Enough, my husband. The people are nervous. He's sitting right in front of the screen, blocking the subtitles. He's staring at me, flicking his tail. Never mind that, Fira, you're... That's a lot of blood. Thank you. For making someone like me your brother. Don't leave me. Come back. Dude, shut up. She's gone, my liege. A prouder, more splendid queen there will never be. Fira, your life had just begun. You came from the outside. Your existence was hard. I will be behind because he's blocking the screen. I have to read the stream. You are finally going to be happy. This little runt. We were going to travel, to see new things, to be together. We were going to be together forever. We promised each other. Levi, do you have to be here right now?
I would rethink
all
this
men
course of
take
action,
arms.
King.
The wolves die
Ahead lies
tonight.
a battle you cannot win.
Then I'll go myself. You can't, my lord. They must die. Kill the wolves. Kill them all. The queen would very much frown upon this course of action. You are the king and leader of the masked people. Your duty is to your people and their homes. While the threat of the wolves looms large, we must first solidify Fasad's defenses. I beg of you, do not bring shame upon the queen's memory as a ruler or as a husband. Okay, he moved.
The king's grief is strong. I doubt he will stand down at this point.
Yeah, I'm guessing he'll run off to take on the wolves any time now.
Will we let him go like this?
Of course not. Hell, I hate the wolves too.
Then we must prepare for the fight.
I know.
Like when I was watching the Let's Play of this, I was like, I'm like, oh god, something's gonna happen, something bad is gonna happen, because a lot of bad things had been happening. And then that happens and she gets slammed against the wall, and then the guy says, damn, Führer got fucked. I'm like, dude, please. She just died. She's dying right now. That's also one of the best tracks in the game. That's the thing, though, is that there are no bad tracks. They're all great. Hey, King, how do you feel about vengeance? Also, the I would rethink this course of action, King, just kind of...
Are you ready for battle?
Is just funny to me.
Yeah. Time to avenge Fira.
Please reconsider, King. Fear is not the only victim here. These damnable wolves continue to claim the lives of many people. I will not allow them to suffer anymore. As their king, I must take a stand. And if the rules say I can't, then damn the rules.
The wolves who attacked were only a fraction of the pack. Now will you fight them all?
I will not be defeated.
Count us in.
Yeah. That is too much for me to ask.
I'm not doing it for you, dumbass. It's for Fira.
Kaine, you can't speak to a king like that.
If this is indeed the plan, then let us make haste. We can ill afford another tragedy.
Thank you, my friends. I owe you much. If you can make use of this, please take it. One-handed sword, ancient overlord. Please tell me it's a good one-handed sword. Uh-oh. The armed forces have shown up. All standing there, pointing at him. Where are you going, my liege? Hey, taking a walk? Yeah, I'm taking a walk. To strike the wolves, the city is yours. My liege, that is a violation of multiple rules. Did those rules keep Fira from dying? No, my lord. What did Fira ever do? She was so close to knowing happiness, and then she had it snatched away from her. Yes, my lord. Was it Fira's fault that she was so frail? No, my lord. Then get out of my way. I cannot, my lord. You are behaving like a fool. Clearly you are still young. How dare you? Queen Fira was a kind and gentle woman. All in our city loved her, did they not? Hear me, men of the mask. Who is our leader, the king of Facade? And who is our king's beloved? Queen Fira. Who stained the court with the blood of our queen? The wolves did. Then who are the ones that will vanquish the wolves? The men of the mask.
Sire, I request permission to join these men in battle. I apologize it took time to obtain the blessing of every citizen for the battle. You visited all of them? I did, my liege. There are rules about this sort of thing, after all. Rules do not exist to bind you. They exist so you may know your freedoms. Yes, I understand now. My liege, you are a worthy successor to your father. I like that they are legally bound to request every citizen's consent to war. A foolish king attracts a foolish people, do not forget this. You are a foolish people indeed to sacrifice so much for an idiot like myself. I'm a big fan of that. I don't think soldiers should have to go die if the people don't want them to. I also don't, like, yeah. Alright, we're out. This is their den. I'm sorry to ask so much of you.
It's for Fira.
Let's move.
I like that, and like, yeah, democratic war.
The wolves appear to be targeting the king. He seeks the king of Facade. Such dogged, unwavering defiance.
Did you sneak a dog pun in there?
The smaller wolves are not infected with shades. As for the leader,
If even one shade is here, then I have to kill all of them.
above you, stay on your guard.
Oh, here it comes. Ooh. Horrid beast, die. We cannot know peace as long as you know as long as you draw breath. Sorry. This is for my people and our fallen, and for Fira. Obtain the loyal Cerberus key fragment. She was placed into indentured servitude at a young age and forbidden to speak. In that harsh environment with no family, she toiled day after day. So she was a slave. Cool. And just as her future was looking bright...
I believe that young Fira was perfectly content with the life she had.
Shut up! She was?
Of course. course. Does this not sound like what she would say to you? She was terribly proud of her king, and now you must do all you can to honor her memory.
I will do my best, I swear. I'm sorry. I need to be alone right now. The king isn't allowed to shed tears in front of others.
Is that another infernal rule?
The people of the mask live and die by our rules. And sometimes we even break them. Isn't that right,
The
Kira?
poor king.
This is the Shade's fault.
Come, we'd best to leave him be. This is the last of them.
Now we can find the Shadow Lord. And Yona.
We certainly can.
Hold on, Yona. I'm almost there.
Boom, completed key. It's the Pentagon. We're going to go to the United States. Oh, I'm not trying to fish right now, but I guess I could.
Oh there. Getting on?
It's a joke. We're not going to the United States.
We should return to Popola and see if she has any final words for us.
I feel like there was something else I wanted to do.
Oh there.
Right, you could do the side quest and go to the... I should check and see if I can upgrade any of my weapons and get at least a better sword. This sword isn't very good.
I marvel at how relatively simple a task this retrieval process proved to be. It is almost as if someone deliberately set us on this path.
You're overthinking again, Vice.
But...
I don't care if it's a trap. Yona's waiting for me and I'm going.
I see.
Nothing bad happens at the Pentagon. The witches don't allow it. We're going to fight the Shadow Lord's wishes at the Pentagon. Get in, slut. We're going to fight the Shadow Lord's wishes at the Pentagon. You know, I forgot that Obama wasn't the president for a second. And then I got sad, and I was like, Trump's the president. And then I was like, wait, Biden's the president. And then I got sad again. Not as upset as what I was for that brief millisecond where I thought that Trump was still the president. But still, like, disappointed. in A fairly non-partisan question. Thank you. Do you think Joe Biden will survive the whole term? Because he's old. He's quite simply old. I'm not confident he'll make it the whole way through. Isn't he like the oldest person to ever hold office?
Welcome. What can I help you with?
Yeah, I'm not confident he'll make it all the way. He's 79,
what can
man.
I help you with?
Like, people don't last much longer than that. Like, most of the time.
What can I help you?
Stop being so evil. You're freaking out the swords. Alright, Faith has been upgraded. It has changed colors. Where is Ancient Overlord? Okay, it's here. Silver ore.
Come back. What can I help you with? Come.
Like,
what can I help
I know
you?
that had to be on purpose. Him just going unhinged very suddenly. Like, in dialogue. Okay, I don't have enough broken wristwatches, even if I did go and buy the other materials. Okay, let's see. Faith, 260. Okay, hold on. Let's go. Nameless Blade, 266. Yeah, okay, this is the best sword I have right now for medium weapons, for light swords. Then we got the spear, which is better than everything else until we beat the game like 3 more times. Oh, there's one more side quest I want to do. Fuck. But there's a way I can do it that is very funny to me, but might be annoying to the viewer, so I think I'm gonna do it. The viewer being you, but if you don't want me to, I don't have to. But it also might be the faster way. That's the thing about Obama, is that it seems pretty likely to me, mathematically, that Obama will be alive in 20 years, and that Trump and Biden will not. Damn, rest in peace, no hose ahead. Like, Obama's like, what, 55? Oh, she's lying in your lap! If it's like, if she seems comfortable enough and it's safe to, perhaps a picture? Because Kitty? Good, I'm sorry. I'm selfish. Levi is laying on a box. I just remember this Tumblr post where it's like, I know this girl in school, and and when I'm upset, I ask her to send me a picture of her cat, and she does every time. And she's like, and it's just like, hey, I'm sad, could you send me a picture of your cat? Immediately responds with the picture of the cat. Yeah, what's wrong? Alright, we have to go back to the Forest of Myth. We won't be going back to the Eyrie, because there's nothing there anymore. Oh yeah, I'm level 29 now. I leveled up from that boss fight. A flashy hat. I thought it said fleshy at first, and I was disgusted. Alright, it's time to go meet the fortune teller. Alright, fortune teller, please.
You look like something's on your mind.
Well, a week ago, I had a sudden brainstorm that the real money is in the fortune-telling business. So, I'm trying to set up shop.
It's true, there's a lot of money in fortune telling. She's honest, she's correct.
Fortune telling?
You know it. And once I get my special gazing stone, people will be flocking in from miles around. But
what?
this stone was supposed to be delivered, but it hasn't come. No stone means no customers, and no customers means I'm eating dirt tonight. Again.
Can't you just get another stone?
Well, they're pretty rare. I think Popola knows something about them, but she and I aren't really that close, so I don't want to bug her.
We're friends. I'll ask her.
Oh, would you? That'd be great.
You got swindled, my dude. She's a fortune teller. Her job is lying, so manipulating people. Anyway, I don't have preconceptions of others. What are you talking about? I'm not distracted at all looking at the internet. Why is there so much of it? Why is there so much internet? Don't people ever sleep? Alright, to the village. Talk to Popola, both about destroying the Shadow Lord, and if she knows if there's a crystal ball that we can use. The two most important things in the world. Also, in Japanese, so there was a complaint that the name Shadow Lord was too generic. I've heard that. But the thing is that his name in Japanese is not the Shadow Lord, it's the Demon King. It's not like they took the name and decided to make it more generic. That like his name is like the name of one of the final bosses from a Dragon Quest game. That's what the final bosses of Dragon Quest are usually called. Shit like that. Like it's the default generic video game boss name. That's what Mundus is called. Like that. He is supposed to be an archetypal, like, to be perceived as the obvious video game final boss. It's the point. Like, and also, like, yeah. Oh man, who is that? Oh, that's Ansem, Seeker of the Darkness, from Kingdom Hearts. His name is the Shadow Lord. I hope that you're able to give Maddie many excellent pets. I don't know how many people say pets versus pats across this great continent. I mean, great in terms of size, not ethics. Because it's like, oh, I'm patting her, and I'm like, are you simply placing your head your hand upon her head several times flatly and not like stroking? Because that's what I think of when I hear petting, is like stroking a cat or a dog, and then not doing an actual like pat. Like this baby can fit so much love. That's what I imagine them doing when they say they pat something. Thank you for these hot political linguistic takes, specifically in reference to cats and dogs. And anime girls, because the world is full of sin. That's how it is on this bitch of it. I just pictured. Oh yeah, okay, that's okay. No, that's fine. But I just pictured Yamato like holding a bat to someone's face, threatening someone with the club and saying, "Say the damn pronouns." Thank you, I appreciate the effort.
You're really gonna do it? The whole village is buzzing, you know. They say you're gonna go rescue Yona. I guess it's really happening, huh?
I'll bring her back. I promise.
About that.
Yeah?
Nothing. Never mind. Popola just loves to worry. Anyway, you be careful. Yes, do be careful.
Thanks. Hey, Popola, you know anything about some kind of magic fortune-telling stone?
Oh, you mean the Eye of Power? And yes, I know it's a funny name. But that's what they're called. Why do you ask?
Helping someone out? You have any idea where I can get one?
Well, there used to be some on the roof of the Lost Shrine. I'm willing to bet they're still there.
Incredibly specific that you would know that one item used to be on the roof of the Lost Shrine, the place we're not supposed to go.
All right, I'll give the Lost Shrine a shot.
Oh man, but like, oh okay, hold on. There was a hypothetically, potentially real manga screen cap that came out recently of a hypothetical new chapter, hypothetical of the next week's chapter, and I'm sorry, but I think I'm gonna send it to you because it looks really cool. It is cool. And then people are still saying shit like Yamato's not part of the Straw Hats, and I'm like, yeah, he's just hanging around them and being told that he isn't going to, and having someone say that he isn't going to be staying, so they'll need to learn to get on without him, him and Luffy and the rest. And I'm like, yeah, because Yamato is not staying, because he's joining the crew. The character who said, I'm gonna join the crew, I'm going out to sea with Luffy, I want to go on pirate adventures and be a pirate, I'm joining your crew. That guy. I wonder if he is joining the crew. The most blatantly obvious, like, he gets hero shots in the opening. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Are we ready?
Yeah, it's entirely possible.
Make it back alive, okay?
Why are you saying it like that? Yeah, look at this shot. Like, that's a video game box art drawing. That shot is also followed by 3 other shots where he is centered. He's important. I don't know, like, and then, like, if he doesn't join the crew next week, I might eat somebody. Got until the fall. Alright, Oda, I'm putting a time limit on you. Do I have any right to do this? No. I'm just frustrated and want stuff. Please, the world is melting. Unfortunately, like, so the Straw Hat Crew is kind of like the party from an RPG, but unfortunately, there's no box art to point at. It's like if it were an ongoing RPG, and it's like, oh, they didn't say that this character was joining. It's like, this character is definitely joining the party. Like, oh, but other people have seemed like that. Yeah. But you know, this one is for real. Do you give a character like 2-toned hair, like 3-toned hair, really? And a wolf god devil fruit? And make them the child of a main antagonist? And have him say he wants to join the crew? And have the previous member who joined the crew also join the crew for the same reason as that one? That being that they wanted to join because of Luffy's older brother?
and the entire half of the series being about Luffy trying to succeed his older brother? Do you think that might be a theme, perhaps? Do you like, dude? I know I belabor this point a lot, but it's because people are still fighting. And I want it to come out and be like, hey, there he is, he's on the crew, and I can say I told you so to so many people I've never actually spoken to. I see the people say things on the internet and I do not engage because that's what Twitter wants, and I'm not giving Twitter what it wants. I will go and complain about it on another website. This one. I've maxed out healing items. Let's go. Level 29, almost level 30. Oh, so on one occasion, in the server from which I met Graham, the Despair server, someone once posted the opinion, Uncharted 2 is the best game on the PS3. Anybody else who disagrees can fight me on that. And I said, damn, I can't believe I'm gonna have to fight him. That's Leaf. He showed up to the stream a couple weeks ago to, like, Graham's. But he's a big fan of Uncharted. I hate those games. I know I think you've heard me say that 40 times. I appreciate the patience. Okay, I see that word, it says Utkar, and I think something from Dr. Utker. Dr. Utker. I think that's like a shoe thing, or like a cereal thing. Complex machine. But I am always consistently surprised by how much people care for those games. And I was like, man, those games suck. And Brisket and Graham were like, what? And I'm like, oh no, not you guys too. Oh, that's the wrong healing item. I think I have them on disc, so if need be, I can show them and try to prove how boring they are. I could also do that with The Last of Us. Here's the thing though, is that I don't want to play those because I don't like them. Thank you. But it's like, man, you sure do
run around and shoot people to death, I guess? I don't... And it's like, oh, but dude, you don't understand. There are all these parts where you run and jump around and almost fall. And I'm like... Yeah... I don't know what you want me to say. Lots of video games have things like you can almost fall for real in video games where you platform. Like it's not, none of the platforming in the game is real for the most part. Like there are safe places where you can, there are like cutscene climbing things, where as long as you keep pressing the thing forward, you really can't die. And then like there are parts where you can just jump around from spot to spot and it's not pressing or interesting or fun. And then like I was playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and you run around with a sword and run on walls and jump and climb on walls. So I thought, oh my god, it's like Prince of Persia. And then somebody else said, oh wow, it's like Uncharted. And I was like, no, it's not like Uncharted, it's really fun. But like, Uncharted doesn't really have any like real platforming in it. Like, you can't really fall and die that often. And there's no real momentum behind how you run and jump. My friend and I gave Uncharted 4 a chance because we were super bored one day. And like to play the multiplayer, and we were like, this sucks. And also it doesn't, it's one of those games where if you play multiplayer, it does not change its balance based on how many people are playing. So you're supposed to have 4 people, there were 2 of us, and it did not adjust for that at all. One size fits all is not great for multiplayer. Like Dark Souls is a largely single player game and they still don't do that. They adjust every boss's health based on how many players are there. They also, in the later games, they also do that for regular enemies. They give bosses about 50% more health per player, and then they give enemies about 15 to 25% more health per player. Damn, you're healing them now? You got healers now? Maybe you should heal yourself emotionally. And just rediscover your value as a person. And stop attacking us. Oh, I'm almost level 30. I just need 20,000 more experience points. Heal yourself as a person, then maybe you could get some bitch. Like, I don't know what it is about Uncharted that people like. Like, what is the thing about this game that's different that makes you like it? Like, how is this better than Call of Duty? How is it different? How is The Last of Us better than Resident Evil? How? How are they better? Like, I'm not gonna lie and say I like things that are flawless or perfect. But I know why I like the things. I like being the game as a superhero, where as a team of superheroes, where you can make a fist that's the size of a giant building, and punch alien robots in the face. I like it where the partially the demon-human hybrids can do the cool combos. I like it where the boy can go on magic adventures with the key sword, with Donald Duck and Goofy, whose species is not part of his name. And what if Goofy's not his real name? His real name is just Gregory. But Goofy's a nickname he's been going with for decades, so like, why bother going as Gregory at this point? Please, Mr. Goof was my father. Like, that's the thing, is like his name is Goofy, and his dad's name, and his son's name is Max. And I'm like, what's your last name, Max? Max the dog? Max Goof? Dippy dog. Oh, that's mean. Wait, was that Max or was that Goofy? Was Max Dippy Dog or was Goofy Dippy Dog? Okay. So that means his name is Max Dog? GG Goof. Get good, Goof. Good game, Goof. Max Goof. Goofy's last name is Goof. So that means that what do the G's stand for? The One Piece question. What does it stand for? Oh, I don't expect you to answer. It's okay. That seems like one of those things that is never going to be answered. Geef.
This must be the Eye of Power.
Oh my gosh. I can feel magic just gushing out of it.
I must say, I'm impressed. Telling one's fortune with such a powerful stone could produce rather accurate results.
Okay, but that assumes she can channel the magic in the first place. What if she's just making stuff up? What if she doesn't know how to do this at all? Okay, here's the part that could annoy people. I will walk in this door.
Such an ominous sight. And yet I find it strangely nostalgic.
Yeah. This is where Vice and I first met. First fought together.
Wow. This is where you used to live, Vice?
Well, yes, I suppose. In a technical sense.
Pretty nice digs for a floating magazine.
At least it was free from annoying hussies like yourself.
Okay, so George G. Geef, or Geef, I don't know. Excuse me. Goofus D. Dog. Goofus D. Dog! Goofus D. Dog! He could be a One Piece character. Goofy G. Goof. Super Goof. Goofy G. Goof is the worst one there. I know that Geef is not good. But Goofy G. Goof. Like, what's the middle G stand for? Goofert? Nobody would name their child Goofy Goof. You cannot turn back from this point. Continue.
And now the path is open.
So, the D, the middle initial D, is actually like a pattern in One Piece. For example, there's Monkey D. Luffy, of course. There's Jaguar D. Saul. There is Gold D. Roger. His name is not Gold Roger. It is Gold D. Roger. Portgas D. Ace. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. This is also one of my favorite tracks. This is one of my favorite video game soundtracks in general, but like, I mean, you know. So this is where the Shadow Lord lives. This is his castle. Not exactly where you'd expect the Demon King to live. Like, I know in DMC1 and stuff, Mundus lives in a pretty nice place. But, like, this has a garden. Like, it was all, like, white and pearly and stuff, but, you know, this has art. And little flower bushes. Like, that is maintained. Like, the garden is... And I think those are bees. No, those are drifting petals and stuff. Okay. There would be bees, though. This is, there's a series of themes titled under Shadow Lord's Castle. But this is... I believe this is Shadow Lord's Castle something, and there's Shadow Lord's Castle Roar. But I can't remember what the subtitle for this one is.
To whom does the true voice speak? To whom does the true form show itself?
So yeah, these birds are talking.
You must answer.
It can talk!
I ask. Why did humans disappear from the world?
The hell is this?
I believe this is some manner of password.
Memory. Shadow Lord's Castle memory. Okay.
Password?
Yes. The correct answer should grant us access to the castle. I feel confident I've heard this somewhere before. To whom does the true voice speak? To whom does the true form show itself? I ask, why did humans disappear from the world? You must answer.
Because their lives are short, or because of a black disease. Because of a black disease.
I answer,
Final answer.
Because of a black disease. I ask, how can humans extend their lives?
By acquiring leaves of the sacred tree, or by separating body from soul.
I answer, by separating body from soul.
Baby.
The destination of souls.
They are placed in their corresponding shells, or they are in the promised land bursting with light. They are placed in their corresponding shells.
I answer, they are placed in their corresponding shells. Very well. You are acknowledged as master. You may enter. Well then, it seems the way is open.
Alright, I'm about to do the annoying thing. Weapon. Two-handed sword. The Phoenix Sword. It's worse than my current sword, since it's unupgraded. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no.
It's the twins from your village.
Popla, Devila, what are you doing here?
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village? This is a very dangerous place. Even if you can find Yona here, you probably can't get her out.
How did you get here?
Shh. We're asking the questions right now.
We're here to rescue Yona. What are you two doing here? They're right. Let's go back to the village.
They're right. Let's go back to the village.
Do you truly wish to go back?
Yeah. Let's go back.
You can just fucking leave. Successful test case has been discovered and defeated. The specimen's cooperation has been requested according to the predetermined stipulations. Treatment of the specimen. Damn it. Okay, I took a screenshot. I'm going to read it. Treatment of the specimen will continue on a classified basis until we determine why our results have such a wide range of variation. Okay, that's the fastest way to get out of there. You can't leave that final dungeon any other way. You have to just say no, bye, and leave. No other way out. I think it's hilarious that you can just leave. I want Dragon's Dogma 2 to be good. That game's probably not coming out for a year or two. I'm sorry, I went to the wrong place. Sorry, Boar. Nice Getsuga.
Well, did you find my stone?
This work for you?
That's it. Oh, thank you. Oh, and while you're here, how about a free reading? Come on, it's the least I can do.
Gonna get our palm read.
Sure, might as well.
Let's see what the eye has to reveal.
Where are we?
I don't know. Never seen this place before.
Look familiar?
Shit!
This is where the game started.
Dreams? What cheek.
Dreams?
I refuse to believe that we were simply whisked off to some alien land.
Yeah, I suppose.
One-handed sword, iron pipe. Like the one used at the beginning of the game. Who knows what this could all mean? This is also an incredibly dense spot full of enemies, so if you just want to kill a bunch of shades, this is a good place to go. This is a terrible word to have gotten. It's plus 4% at this point in the game. It's bad. Level up, level 30.
I cannot say, but I doubt it was a mere daydream if all of us experienced it as one.
I think I've seen that before.
Wow. I don't know what happened, but you guys look pretty shaken up.
Yeah.
There's a deep inner meaning behind this fortune, but I'm not really sure what it is. I guess I need more practice. Anyway, thanks again for the help. Stop by anytime.
I think I'll pass for now.
What was that all about?
I don't know. It gave me some serious deja vu.
Did it now?
Yeah, like I'd been there before or something. But at the same time, it felt like something was pushing down on my chest.
Well, it was just a dream. Best to put it out of your mind.
Here's the downside. You can only do this quest once you have gotten the full pentagram. The full key. And that means that you have to talk to Devla, and that means that you have to go to the Lost Shrine. So you kind of have to do the thing I did. Or you just turn back and walk back, and then climb all the way back later. So, like, going and saying go home and teleport back, it's faster. So, it's also why I did it. Either way, it's kind of annoying, but it's meaningful, so, I don't know. And you get a new weapon.
Oh there, getting on?
Lost Shrine, please. Now you have to climb up again. Loading times are my favorite thing in the world. just have more climbing to do. I don't want to. Fine. Fourth, upward. I'm the big shrine again. I'll try to spear more. I don't know. It was funnier when it was way more plausible that the queen was dead. I thought that was really funny. Please drop something? No, okay. Fine. Dog face? What is that linked to? What? You can't just say that and not expect further questions. Oh God. That is literally just what? Why do they get? They're not a species. They're just anthropomorphic dogs. You can't just like that. I'm assuming that's like an old cartooning term before they said anthropomorphic. But like, I don't know why we would keep it. Just like cartoon dog person, like dog face makes it sound like blackface. Also, dog face is also a term for an ugly person. Like, to say someone is dog-faced can mean someone's ugly. You know, if there was like an alien species that knew us entirely through Wikipedia, I think they'd get a pretty good picture. Like if they just read all of Wikipedia, and then they'd meet us and then be like, you guys are even dumber than I thought. I love it. So the thing I love most about the wiki people, the people who write in wiki and online wikis, is that like they treat everything with the utmost seriousness, either out of nature or the desire to I don't think so, but the desire to treat what is almost certainly a joke and stuff like that is like, listen, he did say it. Like, like there are things like saying, in this Simpsons episode, Homer says this, but in this Simpsons episode, written 27 years later, he says this. And it's like, they were written by different people, homie. Hell, even if they were written by the same person, they might have forgotten. I forget shit, and I haven't even lived 27 years. And like, they'll be like, "Oh, there seems to be no continuity in in Family Guy." I'm like, "Yeah, because there is no continuity in Family Guy." It's like, "Oh, they made references to it before." Yeah, they're jokes. There's no actual continuity. It's never gonna happen. They don't care. They're just throwaway gags. Doesn't matter. Like, they, like, "Oh, Joe, didn't you used to have a son?" And then he goes, "Yeah." And he's like, "He, died in Iraq." And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." It's not that he actually had a son that died in Iraq. That was never a plot point they came up with and then decided to make a joke about like 7 years later. They just forgot about his son or thought he wasn't interesting and stopped writing about him. And then they were like, people pointed it out, and then for years or something, and then they were just like, "Yeah, he died. Stop bothering me." A lot of author things are related to the "stop bothering me" or "shit I forgot" or "I don't know" things that happen in fan reactions. I love that. Sometimes it can be petty and childish. Like, all the stuff that Sean referenced about Harry Potter seemed incredibly petty and childish. Like, that actually slavery is good, all the time turners broke. That's the thing, though, is that if you're gonna write a story that is that does have a real plot, you will have to deal with it at some point, you know? You'll have to deal with the things you wrote, and then people reading the story might be like, "Hey, what about that part?" You'll be like, "I don't know, man." But no, like, all time travel is destroyed now. You're the one who introduced time travel. Literally all time travel was in one place, all the objects, and it's like, we don't know how to make them anymore. Why did you just have them all in one case then? that was fragile. You didn't store them anywhere else? No. It's not even just like stupid, it's lazy. Yeah. Item drop rate plus 30 is very good. I'm glad I got that. Also to just be like, no more time travel. They all broke. All the time travel is broken. And I'm like, aren't you magic? It's like, oh, there's no spell to fix that. There's no spell to fix things? And then it's like, oh, what if they use time travel to bring back Cedric? Then he would turn into a Nazi and kill, what's his name? Neville Longbottom. As a joke, and then as a plot device later. And then, just throw it in the trash for all future books, but then, 2 books later is like, oh, people are complaining about it. The fact that it's bad. Oh, well. The time travel is broken. All the time travel is broken. It's gone. Oops. Never bother me again. I won't have to enter the password again, will I? Logging back into the Shadow Lord's castle. This user is not recognized. Caps lock is on. This is not a recognized password. You have been locked out of the account. Please contact Microsoft in order to re-access your account. The phone number is 555-555-5554.
It's the twins from your village.
Popla, Devil, what are you doing here?
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village? This is a very dangerous place.
I do like that they ask you to leave.
Even if you can find Yona here, you probably can't get her out.
How did you get here?
We're asking the questions right now.
We're here to rescue Yona, or what are you two doing here? You know what, I'm gonna ask that, so you might be able to get an answer.
What are you two doing here?
I'm not going to answer that. You can figure it out yourself.
What are you two doing here? Fuck you. We're here to rescue Yona.
No dice, huh? Well, I guess we don't have a choice then. No, I suppose not.
How sad. Oops, I hit X too early. I didn't. I cut off a single word. I don't know why I did that.
We didn't want to fight.
They're very pretty, by the way.
We really didn't want to.
Devil, what's happening?
Sorry, but this fate was predetermined. Still, we spoke to truth. We really wanted to avoid this if possible. We were hoping to put it off for 100 years or so. Until the next generation came along.
What are you talking about?
Are they shades?
I don't think so.
It's a lie. I don't believe it.
We never thought you'd grow to be this powerful.
This is madness. Why do you block our path?
You have no cause to speak so with us, Grimoire Weiss. You are a traitor.
What now? They copied my powers.
Oh, shit on a shingle. They can use the sealed verses.
Of course we can. The power came from us in the first place. You were simply loaned a small portion of it.
Okay, there's Blast, there's Lance.
Are you all right? Tevela, Popola, why are you guys doing this? Why are you siding with the Shades?
So yeah, about, I'm gonna say 49% of this game, they just don't tell you anything. Then at the 50% mark, they just dump it on you. Oh, she's using the fist on me. She can do combos. But here's the thing, it's that they don't dump it on you yet. They tell you they're going to, maybe, in a second. And slap you in the face first.
The answer to every riddle lies within the heart of the Shadow Lord.
They will be slapping us in the face further.
So you've been on his side this whole time?
You must search for that answer yourself. You've got to face your own truth now. Please, enter the Shadow Lord's castle.
Also, yeah, they've just had magic the whole time. Obtain the map.
Devila and Popola are fighting us.
Yes, they do seem to be putting us through a great deal of...
You okay, Weiss?
How odd. For long years, my mind and tongue have been my greatest assets. But now the latter seems to be... Help.
Weiss?
Do not look at me like that. I am Grimoire Weiss. I am perfectly...
Oh. Yeah, so Vice got fucked up.
I think I hear a waltz.
Also, of course, the gay guy knows. Oh, okay. Well, you can... Is she still in petting... In petting distance? Oh, okay. Okay, we just got ghosts dancing.
It certainly is a grand affair.
So,
Bunch of dancing bastards.
They're all Shades!
when I said they will be slapping us in the face, this game, I should have mentioned, I never really mentioned it, because it would have ruined it a little bit. But this game's, this game, well, Yoko Taro games in general, they love fucking with you so much. It's his favorite thing. Like, there'll be grim, dark fantasy. There'll be likable characters. There'll be some perverted stuff. And he will do stuff that will confound and infuriate you. Just because he can, and he holds that power over you as the game's director. He can just do weird stuff and just be like, here are a bunch of ghosts dancing in the final boss's lair. Also, the people from your village are they're two girls from your village. They have wizard powers, and your powers came from them. Anyway, keep playing. Also, Vice is in a bad position. Come on, you guys, give me the good words. Give me another really good word. Give me experience plus 30. Give me damage plus 30.
Damn it! It won't stop coming!
I'll open the next door. Cover me.
Oh, how I do love a good time.
Twice!
Oh, right. Protect the hussy, yes? Good plan. Let's go.
Protect Kaine for us!
Kaine! Hurry!
It's not open yet?
Do I look like a goddamn locksmith to you?
No, you idiot. What are
I've
you
never
doing?
seen a locksmith before,
Doesn't
so...
want to open? Fine. I'll just break it down.
Stop, you impatient fool.
Goddamn no good bullshit bastard! Open the fuck up already! Ugh! Got it.
Kaine, look out!
Oh. Little orbs.
These things are freaking me out! Kaine! Hey, what's wrong?
We need to help Kaine!
You okay?
Yeah. Well, we got problems. We don't need forgiveness, asshole.
Kaine? Damn shit.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
can't stop now. Damn it.
Stay focused, Kaine. Don't fall victim to such distractions.
Come on! We have to keep going! Let's go! This way! Move.
This is a good spear. Even level 1, it still kills him. Oh boy. He's getting back up. Run, 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 run. There's another good spear ahead. I like the look of it, but it's not as good as this spear. It's the Dragoon Lance. I like it. It's not actually as good as this one, though, so I can't use it.
Up here!
This is a part where I tend to die a lot. Guess who's still here?
Please, hurry!
I'm trying to. I'm running, I'm running, I'm running. Okay, first try. I die a lot in that section. If he catches you, you die. So.
Damn it, I can't get it open!
Yeah. Okay, guess who's here?
Attack incoming!
The entrance is locked too!
It seems we are in a bit of a predicament.
The boys! The boys showed up!
What are you doing here?
You are correct. But...
Hey! Stop! Let me go! Stop it! Damn it! King, no!
We'll meet again once all this is over. Also,
No!
King, no.
Open the door! You can't fight that thing on your own!
How many rules are there about what to say, shout before dying in battle? 88. Wow, how do you remember all that? Not despair, we are with you. I know. Let's try this again. By the honor of the mask, for the honor of our king, for the honor of our queen.
Open the damn door!
Slap in the face.
Knock it off already. Let's go.
Fine.
He's fighting for you. And for Fira. Don't let him die for nothing.
My friend.
Sephiroth?
Devila! Popola!
Oh, look. You made it.
So there may be a lot of information dumped on us all at once. Like
We've been
a
waiting
lot.
for so long.
Why are you doing this?
It began 1,300 years ago.
Here we go. It began 1,300 years ago.
Humanity, finding itself on the brink of extinction, undertook a last-ditch rescue plan called Project Gestalt. Do you still not remember, Grimoire Weiss? Then let's give you a refresher.
Obtained Project Gestalt documents.
Weiss! My mind. I remember. Devila. Popola. You are not human. In fact. Oh no.
Yeah, sometimes the truth can be a real bitch. You want to finish that thought for him, sister? All of us. Every person standing in this room are mere shells created by the true humans.
What are you saying?
You still don't get it? You aren't human.
So then humans, I mean, the true humans, are extinct?
No. They still live on. You know them as shades.
Every monster we've killed in this game has been a ghost. They're the remnants of real people. So when you kill a little ghost and then it drops an old school book cover or a baseball bat or a coloring book, that's because they were real people and they were holding on to those things for millennia, over 1,000 years, in the hopes of being able to be a real person again one day. And then you killed them.
Each shade is a twisted remnant of what was once a human being.
Crazy, huh? Now let's skip the part where you stand there with your mouths agape and just get down to business.
So we aren't people exactly. We're people, but we're not humans. We are the shells that they were meant to be put back into. But then we became disagreeable we gained sentience that we were never supposed to gain, and then we argued back and did not want to become possessed by these by the ghosts, no matter how much we were told. So they basically kept resetting us over and over in the hopes that one day that we would one day be cooperative. Yes, we are replicants. That's what these things are called that we are. And this is the latest cycle. They just reset us every time they want to try to make it work again. This is the current attempt.
Wait.
Sorry, but we're gonna be needing that shell of yours. The rightful owner has been waiting for a very long time.
So, because we're creatures without souls, we are not considered complete beings in the rules of this universe. So, we cannot do things like reproduce naturally. Like, there are people with families and all that, but that's the thing, is that they don't have to, like, when someone's like, alright, I'm going off to give birth, they don't actually have to do that. They can just take them in and wipe their minds or like, knock them unconscious and then just pull out the latest replicant thing and just be like, yeah, here's the baby. We put you under for the birth. Yeah, so yeah, none of this has been actually real.
Please don't be angry with us. We are only doing our duty.
Or like entirely real the way we think.
Our endless existences have a single purpose: to control the lives of others in accordance with the will of the true humans.
It's a lot to throw at you in the last 45 minutes, isn't it?
And we have ours. I fear it really is just that simple.
Don't speak such foolishness.
Oh, pretty. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Also, yeah. And now that song that plays at the midpoint of the game plays again.
You and us, we're the same. Tools in the hands of a master.
So we are replicants, but they are androids. We're closer to homunculi, sort of. Here's the Song of the Ancient's Fate playing again. Her hair is nice. Yeah, they will do that. Acting as though you don't know what cats are like, as you don't know. This is if you don't know. Cats. He's glaring at... I looked at Levi to see what he's doing, and he is staring me right in the face. Just like... Motherfucker. I thought I blocked that. Punch!
Are you crying? No! Don't die! You know, Popola, I understand now why we're twins. It's because we were born without souls. Devila, I can't stop the bleeding. Oh God, I can't stop it. This world is too lonely for one without a soul. There's too much emptiness. Our souls are missing. And yet somehow our tears still work. It's kind of weird.
sorry, sis. I love you.
Devil! Devil! Don't you go! No, no, I can't be alone! Devil!
Let's stop this now.
Stop? Stop? Now you want to stop? You think you have the luxury to stop? You cut down my sister like a goddamn animal and now you want to stop? Popala, wait! It doesn't have to. No one stops! It's way too late to stop! No one stops!
Please, don't do this, Popola! You and Devil were like parents to me!
Those two have watched the world with us for time immemorial. The cruelness of such a fate is difficult to imagine.
I don't want to do this!
And now we switch to the solo version of the song,
bitching and start fighting.
because one of them isn't here anymore. And yeah, to be like, hey, maybe we can turn back now. Yeah, she's just the you think you have the luxury to stop is hits real well, I think. Just the I don't care what you feel. I just want you to die right now and forever. This game is excellent. Yeah. And the bit where it's like
No stopping ever.
robots. What feelings do they have? How does it feel to be a robot that can live forever and can have eternal connections, but isn't what is truly valued by what they were built by? I wonder if those themes will be expanded upon in an upcoming game that directly follows this one.
I fear we're done for.
It'll be all right. You know, when I was young, I hated my eyes. And now that I'm older, I hate what my body has become. But there's something else there now. Something like pride, you know? I mean, without all this, I couldn't have become your friend. Goodbye, my friends. Thank you for everything.
Emil!
For so long, all I could do was destroy. But now, I have a chance to save something.
No!
Now get going, okay?
Emil!
Don't worry about me. I'm gonna be fine.
Emil! Emil!
Idiot. Get bubbled, idiot.
You jackass, get back here!
Oh dear. Kaine's so unstable, and Vice can't stop arguing with people. I hope they can hold it together once I'm gone. Well, I guess they'll just have to learn.
NieR, he says.
I
want to see you again. I want to see all of you again. Just one more time. I'm scared. I don't want to die.
So when I said it was going to get darker, I was trying to tell the truth. I think it does get darker. And there's Yona.
Let's go.
So yeah, Kaine's not exactly the most emotionally stable. Reacts to grief with violence, and then is overwhelmed by feelings of affection for a moment, and then doesn't know how to handle them, and backs off and chooses to avoid everything in the moment right there and move on. Very healthy response. Psychiatrists say 10 out of 10, no notes. Just keep doing what you're doing. You've won therapy, Kaine. No one thought it was possible, but you did it. Thank you. Oh, I also leveled up. So here's the thing, Max and Mo aren't here. I think Mo already knows. He said it by accident one time. He said what happens in this game by accident. Max is gonna be real confused when we're talking about how if he comes by like tomorrow. That will be really funny though, so we'll keep the documents though. I'm pretty sure we keep those. So, not only is Yoko Taro a fan of the last-minute bomb drop, he then forces you to keep moving on after the bomb is dropped. And then he winds the clock back and forces you to live with the knowledge that the bomb is going to be dropped. And all the consequences that happen. Yeah. So, like...
Yona!
Damn, he fought Sephiroth 101 times? Also, this theme is called Shadow Lord, simply. And it's one of the best tracks in the game. And it's, when I said one of my top 2, 3, this is one of the others. This theme is incredible.
This ends here. Strike hard. Hold nothing back.
"101 times. That's incredible. Sephiroth. This is Kingdom Hearts 2, I'm assuming.
Your tool hope to stand against the Shadow Lord.
Don't speak in such a manner, fool. I am nothing like you.
Okay. Is he on level 1 or is he just doing critical mode?
No, impossible.
Okay. But critical mode is still hard to...
Be careful!
I know.
Kaine cares. I do think that even though everybody in this game is a weirdo, we've got the gay skeleton, we've got the demon girl, we've got the androids, we've got the evil ghosts. I think what carries best to these games is Yoko Taro has a very good understanding of actual human beings. Everybody is so messed up, but you see how they're messed up and you're like, yeah. Emil's very kind, but he's still in the last moment. He doesn't have anything heroic to say. He's just lonely. Yeah. Oh dear God, he's been trying to beat Sephiroth for 24 hours. Some of those attempts must have gotten real far. Oh, okay. I'm doing damage.
Wait.
Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. Here's Yona.
Brother?
Yona.
Please, just stop.
So that's the original Yona.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Oh,
need
okay.
someone else's body. I don't want it. There's another girl inside this body. I can hear her. She won't stop crying. She says she wants to see her brother.
Yona's been possessed?
This girl loves her brother too, just as much as I do. It's not right, you know? It's not right that she can't see him. It's you, isn't it?
Yes, it's me. Let's go home.
So this is what the entire thing has been for. This is the first time it's ever worked. This is the one and only time it works. With Yona. To get the ghost back in the shell, so to speak. It has been 1,300 years. It works once. Ever. And it happens to work... It works one time. And then both consciousnesses still exist. And one just happens to be given authority over the other. But it's to the kindest person that they know of. And she chooses to forfeit her body to the original owner rather than live like this. So...
Hurry. The shade that possessed her is gone.
This... also, this NieR, Devil and Popola, they have been working and waiting for over 1,000 years. And Yona just decided not to. Because she didn't want to be cruel.
Think I'm gonna sympathize with you? I swore to protect my sister and my friends. If someone puts them in danger, they must stand aside or be cut down. Now come on! Let's finish this!
So, the Yona, true to her character of being about as kind as a person can be,
What's wrong?
would rather die than live somebody else's life. Even though that life was supposed to be hers all along.
You're freaking me out here, Vice.
What are you doing? Come to... do it! Strike the killing blow! One moment, please.
You okay?
Fine, just fine. Alright, no, I'm not.
Nice.
It seems some headstrong idiot has decided to push me beyond my limits.
I love that he moves like a VeggieTales character.
Cookbook when I had the chance.
Nice. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Only joking. I hate cookbooks.
But...
let's go. Out of the way. I have one final task to fulfill.
where are you going?
Why, to stop him, of course. But after that, it's up to you. Only you can see this battle to its conclusion. I wish you luck, my friend.
You can't. I swore I'd always fight by your side.
You are an exceedingly stubborn lad. You know that, yes? Perhaps that's why I've so enjoyed our time together. But I fear this is where our journey ends.
Vice!
Oh, and remember what I told you about using my full name. Well, forget it. I've grown rather fond of Vice.
Vice. I knew you'd come around.
Don't let it go to your head.
Grimoire Vice has lost all of his powers. So remember that
Something to defend.
time
A reason to live.
when Grimoire Noir tried to fuse with him, and he thought it was like evil, so he fought back, and Grimoire Noir behaves in an extremely evil way, so understandable. If things had gone right there, the world might have ended up okay. Things are not going well right now. So the plan had gone horribly wrong, but the only thing that went somewhat right was that NieR's the NieR shade worked. But all the other shades were kind of incomplete. So the only one that worked out was NieR. And then he's gone now. So that means that no other shade can actually be combined with their replicant.
Is Iona all right? Oh God, no.
Oh, please, the girl is fine.
Vice? Where are you? Are you okay?
I am as well as can be, considering I have lost my physical form. Doubtless my voice will be the next to go, so listen closely. Your sister is safe. Do not mourn her, and do not give up hope. Instead, you must call her back to you.
How?
Use your memories. Recall the times you spent with her. Present her with proof that the two of you live still, and that your lives have meaning.
I don't know.
Typical. But take heart. I know you can do it.
What's my favorite food? Cookies. What's my favorite book? That's my magic storybook. What's my favorite place? Home with you. What's my favorite flower? The lunar tear, of course. Okay, one more question. Who do I love more than anyone? Is that you? Have I been asleep this whole time?
Something like that.
It's almost like I'm a princess from some fairy tale.
I'm so happy to have you back.
Me too.
Kaine.
You and your sister. Have a good life, okay?
Where are you gonna go?
Guess I'll...
You could stay with us, you know.
Thanks, but I'll pass. You know how it is. I got my own shit to take care of.
What do you mean?
Personal shit, alright? Anyway, take it easy, yeah?
Kaine.
Hey, look. It's beautiful. For the longest time, I heard someone telling me how they wanted to see the light. And now, they can finally see it. Thank you. I love it. It's so sunny today.
Yeah, it sure is.
It's not over yet. So, I don't think they say it in this version. I think that since this was going to be the big published version, they didn't say it. But I think they might have referenced it a little bit more last time. This game... So, you know how I said that, Yoko Taro said that, he felt that in a game like Dynasty Warriors and was reflected in Drakengard, that if you're going to... that anybody who could kill the amount of people you're praised for killing in, Dynasty Warriors, well, that person would have to be insane. There's no way any sane person could kill that many people and still feel and be anything other than a madman, right? He then years later paid more attention to the events of 9/11, and then he decided he realized nobody would actually have to be insane to kill that many people. And the events of the war on terror and all that. He realized that nobody would have to be insane to do something that terrible. They would simply have to believe they were right. So this game is about painting a world where someone could do something terrible, absolutely unforgivable, like basically like go as far as to commit genocide, but you can see how they would be convinced they were right, looking from their point of view. So yes, this game is about 9/11 / the war on terror or whatever. But it's just supposed to be a brutal war where one person commits mass murder, but they don't think anything that they're doing is ever wrong. They think that they are the hero. Or that others treat them like one. When in reality they are killing people who are simply wanting to go back home. That's what it's about. Anyway, The Last of Us is garbage. They credited, Square Enix Inc. and Square Enix Limited, two different corporate entities. I thought they credited the same guy twice, but no, it's just that he was he was credited as the CEO of two different corporate entities of Square Enix. That's stupid, but okay. If that's the guy who's in charge of who's made the NFT decisions, I would like to punch him. At least a little bit. What if they just said Yuri Lowenthal, then put in credits half the goddamn cast? Alright, so I also forgot to mention the bombs will continue to be dropped throughout this. There are gonna be more from now on. I'm gonna dress kinda up by like a samurai. And you can also just make them look like Emil. Make all the magic orbs look like Emil's face. I can click on this. I'm not going to. Because this is for if you have beaten the entire game. And I don't remember what it is actually, because my brain is so bad. Alright, so now we have a Kaine loading screen. And we will be playing as NieR still. We're still playing as NieR. We're still playing.
Whenever I interacted with Kaine, I was reminded about something from my past. Maybe my mind has been confusing her with my sister this whole time. Anyway...
Kaine's dreams. Discrimination. Alright, you ready to learn about Kaine? The sound of rain filled the village. The steep cliffs that surrounded the area magnified the sound, causing even the slightest drizzle to rattle like a thunderstorm. The wisps of smoke streamed from huts as the villagers huddled in their homes and waited out the rain. A single child, however, had braved the downpour and was now wandering slowly towards the wooden hawk-shaped weather vane at the center of town. The wanderer reached the vane, which had existed for as long as any could remember, and stared. The child's face was simultaneously delicate and fierce, like a teacup that had survived a shipwreck. These traits combined with pale white skin to give the face an almost sexless quality. That reference about being sexless certainly won't have any bearing upon Kaine. If the beak turns east, I go home. If it stays west, then I... The child blinked. The rain slowly dripped down the young one's short hair and began its long descent to the ground. Come on, come on. The child felt a slight breeze and watched as the vein slowly creaked to life. Spinning this way for a moment, it finally settled with the beak pointing firmly toward the east. East? Really? Before the vein could move again, a jagged rock came spinning and tumbling through the air, striking home against the child's head. The force of the blow dropped the child to the ground as a hail of stones began to fall all around. Oh no, they found me. A heartbreaking smile crept across the child's face as the stones continued their assault. Through the rain, the sound of multiple footsteps grew louder before a voice rang out. Yoo-hoo! Kaine! The voice belonged to Demo, worst of all the bullies in the area. As Kaine struggled to stand, a final stone came skittering through the mud and bounced against her foot. Blood oozed from a cut above her eye and blurred her vision, but she could make out the shapes of Demo and his usual gang of idiots. The boy seemed taken aback for a moment by Kaine's seeming indifference to the blood dripping from her face, but quickly regained his bravado. What's up, freak? You like the rain? You like getting all wet? Or did you finally decide to run away from home? Though she knew it was futile, Kaine turned to leave. Before she could get more than a few steps, other children scrambled to surround her, cruelty burning in their eyes. Kaine knew those were not the only eyes on her. The tormentor's parents watched from the safety of their homes. She was attuned to this sensation. It was one she had experienced many times before. While some villagers simply turned a blind eye to the actions of their children, many encouraged it openly. In a society ruled by superstition and fear, Kaine was something to be hated and, if possible, destroyed. I didn't say you could leave, freak. So notice that she's not saying she's healing from these, or that she's strong. She is still an ordinary. Demo's words chewed at her like a worm through an apple. He can't hurt me, she lied to herself. Be strong, be brave. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt. Oh, look. The little freak is gonna cry. What's wrong? Are you sad that everyone hates you and wants you dead? Kaine prayed for the rain to flood down and carry her away from a world that seemed to have no place for her. But if there were gods, they chose to ignore her. As Demo crept ever closer, the clouds began to thin and the rain slowed. Even the weather hates me. I'm useless. I'm a failure. I wish Demo's rock had taken my head off. Kaine couldn't meet Demo's leering gaze. She lowered her eyes and stared at the muddy ground below. The bully moved forward until he was inches away. She could smell the scent of old meat on his breath. The boy grabbed Kaine's face and jammed with thick fingers and yanked it upward. She tried to turn away, but he forced her gaze back and jammed his thumb into her against her eyelid to pry it open. "Show me." "No." "Did you just say no?" Demo grinned evilly. "You don't say no to me. No one says no to me." Not even taking his attention from Kaine, he called his cohorts. "Come on, guys, let's give the freak what she deserves." As soon as Demo finished, kicks and blows began to rain down upon Kaine. Demo paused, still grinning as Kaine curled into a ball and tried to make the pain stop. "I don't get you, freak. What you acting like a girl for? Everyone knows what you really are." So Kaine is intersex. She does not entirely line up with what was intended. Yeah. So, when you see the reason, the reason the villagers hate her, you assume it's because she's half shade. It's not. That's not why people treat her like that. Not originally, anyway. That just layered onto it. They treat her like that because they're bigots. Kaine ignored the question, choosing instead to stare at the weather vane. It continued to point east, as if supremely confident about the future it had chosen for her. Go home? Yeah, that's a funny joke for someone with dead parents and no home to go to. "Freak," chanted the children. "Freak, freak, freak." Kaine closed her eyes and listened to the rain, waiting for the pain to start again. As the clutching hands of the village children closed around her, she bent her mind to the sound of rain, letting it become her world entire. The rain fell, but the pain never came. Only when the laughter of her tormentors turned to terrified cries did she dare open a single blood-caked eye. Kaine was shocked to see Demo sprawled on the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain. She could see blood welling from spaces between his fat, twisted fingers. Oh my God, he's crying. He's actually crying. Deprived of their leader, the other children glanced back and forth between themselves, as if waiting for someone to step forward and take charge. When no savior emerged, they began an uneasy shuffle away from Kaine. But the young girl was the least of their concerns. Instead, their attention was wrapped on the ancient woman standing a few feet away. After struggling for breath for a moment, she finally spoke in a voice thick with rage. "Hurts like a bitch, don't it? Now I suggest you scatter before I throw another one. And if any of you little bastards ever touch my Kaine again, I'll do far worse than throw a rock. You can count on it." The old woman crouched down gently touched the hand Demo was using to cover the wound. Before he could think to protest, she ground her palm into the wound and twisted back and forth. "Ow!" he screamed, leaping to his feet. "Stop it! What are you doing?" "Quit whining. Ain't no one ever died from a scratch. You hit me with a rock, you stupid bitch. A big one. That thing could have killed me." The old woman shrugged. "Death is the best cure for stupid. There are no politics in video games." Happy Pride. Demo's face twisted with rage at her words. Locking his eyes with Kaine, he took a step backwards and spat on the ground. "Get out. Leave this village. No one wants you here. Either of you." Seeing the old woman grab another stone, Demo and his companions turned tail and ran. As they fled, the old woman grabbed her side and barked out a single laugh. "Look at that fat boy go." Okay, so maybe not the nicest thing to say, but I guess he's healthy enough to run from a fight. Well, the woman's smile faded as she turned her attention to Kaine. Kneeling down, she removed her shawl and placed it around the young girl's shoulders, then produced a cloth from the folds of her dress and began blotting at the blood on her forehead. "Oh, Kaine, why didn't you fight back? You're stronger than that lot," she said. The words of her grandmother stung Kaine, and she turned away. Don't be nice to me, she said. I don't deserve it. Nothing matters anymore. Her tears, held in for so long, finally began to fall on the muddy ground below. Everyone hates me. They think I cause bad things to happen. They think I'm a freak. I wish I was dead. As Kaine's tears turned to sobs, she felt her grandmother's hands on her shoulders. Despite her advanced age and diminutive size, she was a woman of surprising strength, and Kaine found herself unable to turn away. Don't talk like that, girl. It's a river wide and deep that flows between the realms of this world and the next, and it grants no mercy to any that attempt the crossing. You got a duty to fight until your last breath. Understand? The old woman tightened her grip and tried to still the tremor in her voice. You know the pain of losing someone close to you, Kaine. You know because you survived it. As the words hit home, Kaine was struck by the force of her love for the old woman. As a young child, she didn't even know of her grandmother, but when her parents died, the woman quickly accepted her as her own. Grandma, as Kaine called her, was cunning, vulgar, and quick to violence, and their first few years together had not been easy. But with each year that passed, Kaine and her grandmother had grown closer. However, it was only now, sitting in the mud with tears and blood caking her face, that Kaine truly understood the depths of her affection. Here was a woman who had seen hard times, who had seen death, who had fought through all these things and somehow emerged on the other side. If anyone could understand Kaine's pain and loneliness, it was her. By the way, there's no... this is like chapter 1 of 4, this part here. I think chapter 1's nearly finished, but, or maybe 5. There's no point where it lets you save or stop or anything. You start here, you go. Do I make you sick, Grandma? Course not. Don't be an ass. Kaine drew her grandmother's moth-eaten shawl around her body and shuddered. But my body, it's not normal. If I was normal, then Mom and Dad wouldn't... Hush, interrupted Grandma. I'll not hear another word of this nonsense. You're my granddaughter, and I love you, and if folks have a problem with that, they can just go to hell. With that, the old woman reached out and placed a wreath of dried flowers in Kaine's hair. The skill it took to bend the flowers without breaking the stems or losing a single petal was remarkable, and the beauty of it made Kaine want to cry all over again. Oh my gosh, these are lunar tears! Grandma, did you made this for me? Lunar tears were legendary flowers. Most people could live their entire lives without seeing one, and yet her grandmother had somehow collected a dozen or more. Kaine reached out and touched the wreath as if she couldn't believe it was real. Where did you find these? Just stumbled on them while I was out doing the shopping. The old woman turned away as she spoke, leading Kaine to suspect that the search had been more difficult than she was letting on. The pains she took to construct the ornament, let alone track down the flowers used in its construction, made Kaine's heart hurt. She reached up and gently adjusted the wreath, admiring the way it felt between her fingers. Didn't turn out quite right, her grandmother said as she squinted at it. These old hands have trouble with delicate work, but it sure looks good on a pretty girl like you. Kaine blushed and turned away. You think I'm pretty? Of course you are. What a fool thing to say. Thank you, Grandma. So when people get very fierce about Kaine, I think you might understand that they are... Even though more will be learned about Kaine, this character speaks to people in a lot of ways. We're gonna be fine, you and me, she said. As long as we got each other, we'll be just fine. Kaine took her grandmother's hand in hers, and the two of them struggled to their feet. As they began the long walk home, Kaine gripped the hand with all her might, as if trying to stop smoke from drifting away in the wind. The rain had stopped. Kaine stood beneath the weather vane, watching it spin in lazy circles, no longer caring about the direction it faced when it stopped. I don't need to escape. I have a home now. Grandma loves me, and that's enough, even if it's us against the world. Kaine let her gaze drift up past the vane and into the cloudy sky. The last faint hints of a rainbow were slowly fading. As she turned and headed for home, The light scattered into a million particles and vanished, seemingly taken away on the breeze. Kaine's dreams, daily life. Alright, I am going to pause for a second and get some water. I will be back in a moment. Because there's going to be a lot of reading. There's a lot. Anyway, I'll be back. These headphones are definitely dying. In the distance, Kaine heard the steady sounds of an axe striking wood. The noise had a purposeful quality to it, as if she was hearing a master woodsman go about his work. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. The reason that, that Kaine dresses the way she does is so that people can't deny that she's a woman, and to make it harder for them to deny that she's attractive. That she wants people to look at her and have thoughts, and then no matter what they learn later, they'll have to remember what their first thought was. Yeah. Also, a fact that is in one of the novels or something is that Kaine is allegedly gifted in terms of endowment in other ways. I don't know why they chose to share that, but the firewood being produced, however, was as far from a work of art as could be. Pieces of every shape and size were being flung about a barren yard with wild abandon. Anyone trying to stack such wood would probably die of frustration before the job was through. Stupid piece of shit axe! Kaine's grandmother flailed away with the axe, filling the air with both splinters of wood and words that would make the most hardened sailor blush. "Grandma!" called Kaine. "At you, Kaine!" yelled the old woman, taking her eyes off the wood for a moment. "Don't get too close or I might take your goddamn foot off by mistake." She brought the axe down on a piece of wood, sending chips flying away in every direction. One spun past Kaine close enough for her to hear the whistle, at which point she decided to step back. Once she'd scuttled to a safe distance, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Grandma, do you need help? I can get you water or lunch or a new axe or something." The axe, poised to strike another wobbly blow, paused in midair. The old woman considered her granddaughter's offer for a moment, then smiled. "Tell you what, since I'm doing such a piss-poor job of chopping, why don't you come over here and take over so I can go get the water? Shades have been restless lately, and I don't want you to run into one of them bastards." Relinquishing her axe, her grandmother picked up a long pole with wooden buckets on either end. Gathering water was by far the more difficult of the two jobs, but Kaine knew better than to complain. Once Grandma's mind was set, there was no changing it. Kaine did her best to help with chores, but Grandma took every task that required travel to the village. Though she had a long list of plausible excuses, Kaine knew the real reason. She didn't want her granddaughter to be taunted and harassed by the villagers. Once Kaine moved in, Grandma decided to take up residence a good distance from the area. Out of sight, out of mind seemed to be the best policy when it came to the villagers and her granddaughter, and rare were the days when any but the two of them could be found on the rocky acre of land they called home. Kaine enjoyed the solitude, but harbored a secret resentment that her grandmother was forced to spend her golden years in such a place. After watching her grandmother leave, Kaine turned her attention to the task at hand. She had never chopped wood before in her life, and soon discovered why the old woman hated the chore. Swing after swing of the axe produced only a tiny crack in the wood, and when she finally managed to connect with a solid stroke, the tool embedded itself in the log and refused to budge. Frustrated, Kaine swung the axe around her head and threw it, log and all, across the yard. Damn it! Crap! She suddenly understood the joy her grandmother felt in a good curse. Happier now, she picked up the axe, forced it from the wood, and resumed chopping. She had a natural skill with a blade, but the task was challenging, and blisters soon began to form on her small pink hands. "This is tough, And my logs are all weird sizes. Spitting on her palms and ignoring the pain, Kaine redoubled her efforts. Just as she was developing a rhythm, Grandma returned from the village. Setting down her buckets with a small sigh, she took one look at the logs and coughed out a wheezy laugh. "Pretty clumsy, girl. You better practice if you..." Her grandmother suddenly collapsed to her knees, causing one of the buckets to wobble precariously. Eyes wide, Kaine dropped the axe and ran to her grandmother's side. "Grandma!" The old woman shook her head and pointed to a trembling finger at the bucket. "Get the bucket. Can't let it spill." Kaine steadied the bucket with a foot as she knelt by her grandmother. A small bit of water sloshed over the side and made a new home in the hem of her dress, but Kaine didn't notice. "Grandma? Grandma, what's happening?" Crazed with panic, she grabbed her grandmother by the shoulders and shook. After a moment, the woman lifted her arms and batted Kaine away. "Stop that! Just stop," she cried, breathing heavily. "It ain't like I'm dying, just tired from the trip is all." Kaine desperately wanted to believe her, but one look at her grandmother's shaking hands and worn face told her more than her words ever could. Her grandmother had lived a long, hard life, and it seemed like the bill was finally coming due. The time when her grandmother watched over Kaine was ending. Sooner than either of them had ever feared, the positions would be reversed. The next morning, Kaine came to the side of her grandmother's bed and took her wrinkled hand. "Grandma, you're sick and you need medicine. I'm going to the village." The old woman shook her head and tried to rise, but Kaine gently pushed her down. "It's all right," she said. "I'll be fine." Her grandmother fixed her with a gaze that could melt steel. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally lowered her eyes and sighed. "Well, I don't like it, goddammit, but I guess I should quit being so stubborn and let you grow up." The old woman watched as Kaine strapped on her boots and made her way down the road to the village. Hours later, as an unseen sun made its way across a dark and rainy sky, she was still watching. Kaine moved at a brisk pace, checking her pockets every few minutes to make sure the money her grandmother gave her was still there. Every noise caused her to spin on her heels, making sure she wasn't being stalked by a shade, or worse, Dino and his gang. But she encountered neither tormentors nor shades, and Kaine finally found herself at the entrance to the village. The few adults she could see glanced sideways at her, and then muttered to each other behind raised hands before slinking away into the shadows. Her heart racing, Kaine took a series of rapid, shallow breaths and tried to calm herself. "I have to prove myself. I have to help Grandma. I have to be strong." She chanted those words to herself over and over as she slowly made her way. Finally, her eyes settled on a rotund older woman waving her arms in the air and telling anyone who would listen exactly what she thought of Kaine's presence. "Hey, lady," she said with a bravado she did not feel. "Where's the apothecary?" The woman's cheeks shook in bewildered anger. "How dare this thing speak to me?" they seemed to say, but Kaine saw that her eyes held a different emotion. Fear. "Yeah, we're both scared, lady. Trust me on this one." "Which way?" Kaine repeated. The woman pointed at a small building to her right before hitching up her dress and stumbling in the other direction. Kaine cringed, expecting a stone to come flying across from the assembled crowd, but none came. Her mind was filled with a strange sense of pride as she made her way to the apothecary. But a new emotion had little time to take root, for as soon as she opened the door, she noticed a familiar customer at the counter. It was Demo. He'd clearly been sent here on some kind of family errand because his gang of followers was nowhere to be found. "Oh my god," he sputtered. "I mean, what are you doing here, you freak?" The insult was delivered without force, and Kaine happily ignored it. Stretching on tiptoes to see over the counter, she asked the shopkeeper for the medication. "Ha!" barked Dino. "That old bitch finally keel over. Go to hell, Demo." The boy's eyes grew so wide they seemed ready to fall out of his head. But before he could let fly a comeback, or worse, a punch, the apothecary told him to knock it off before he kicked him out of the store. Demo slunk out of the shop, cursing Kaine under his breath. Once he was gone, she allowed herself to breathe once more, taking a brief tour of the shop while the owner prepared her medication. Countless bottles filled the cramped store, each with a label written in some indecipherable language. An ocean of aromas assaulted her nose, creating a scent that was exotic but not altogether unpleasant. Seeing such a variety of supplies gave Kaine a sense of peace. Surely, in a world so vast, there would be a place she could call home. On the far wall, behind the counter, rested a portrait of a stunning young girl. The picture had once contained bright, vibrant colors, but time had worked its cruel magic, and they were beginning to fade. The beauty of the work, however, remained undiminished. You like that picture? Kaine turned to find the apothecary with a small vial of medicine in his hand. His eyes were gentle but sad, and they seemed to stare through her and into nothing as he spoke. That's my daughter. I sketched it when she was just a little girl. She's been dead a long time now. Kaine didn't know how to respond. She just stared at the portrait and tried to come up with the right words. Pictures are wonderful things, continued the shopkeeper. They let the ones closest to you live on forever. He shook his head slightly, and then looked down at Kaine and smiled. Handing her the medicine, he reached into his sizable green apron and produced a handful of old wax crayons. You should have these. There's no one left that I wish to draw. Kaine took an instinctive step back, causing the shopkeeper's face to darken. Yes, I've heard the rumors about you, he said. It's a small village and word travels quickly. Between you and me, I'm not sure which of them to believe, but I also don't think they matter much. I know your grandmother, Kali, and I think the way that she was driven out of this village is just deplorable. Grandma's name is Kali? said Kaine suddenly. She was still mulling over this new fact in her mind as she reached out and gently took the crayons from the apothecary's hands. Your grandmother is an old friend of mine, he said as Kaine scooted away yet again, and I owe her much. I wager she would like it if you drew a picture of her. Yes, I think she would like that very much. Kaine murmured a quiet agreement, but inside her heart was bursting. Never before had a villager treated her with anything but complete contempt. It was a tiny, almost imperceptible step, but it was a step nonetheless, and with enough tiny steps she might one day discover the rest of the world. When Kaine returned home, she found her grandmother asleep in her bed, her feet blackened and raw, even bleeding a bit in places, leading Kaine to think that she had been pacing around the room until exhaustion finally caught up with her. She placed the medicine by her grandmother's pillow and turned to leave, but found the old woman's hand clasped around her arm. Back already, are you? Asked her grandmother with a yawn. Come here, let me have a look at you. Grandma sat up and examined Kaine from head to toe. Finally satisfied that nothing terrible had befallen her grandchild, she leaned back and allowed herself to relax. Well, how was it? Those bastards give you any trouble? It was kind of fun, said Kaine with a small smile. No, seriously, it was. Fun, eh? Asked her grandmother in a voice which implied she believed anything but. Uh-huh. So any time you need me to run an errand, just let me know. As she spoke, Kaine removed the crayons from her pocket. After a brief explanation of her source, she informed her grandmother that she was going to sketch her portrait. A portrait of me? Ridiculous. No one wants to stare at a wrinkled old crone. But Grandma, it'll make you live forever. Horse shit, said her grandmother, throwing the sheet from her bed. Living forever would just piss me off. Now put those crayons away and help with dinner. But Kaine would not relent. In the end, Grandma found herself leaning against the wall of their house as if posing for a master artist. Kaine took up the crayons, eyed her subject carefully, and set to work. Just as her grandmother was about to nod off, Kaine finished the piece. After staring at it for a bit, she released it from her grip and let it drift slowly to the floor. It's terrible. It doesn't look like you at all. Sorry, Grandma. I thought these crayons would, make drawing easy or something. The old woman's eyes narrowed at her grandmother's disappointment. Let me be the judge of that, she said, ignoring the pain in her back and reaching for the paper. The sketch could have been a person's face. It could have been a boulder, a lump of clay, or an incredibly misshapen loaf of bread, all rendered in a chaotic array of colors. The old woman stared at the picture for a long time, and then slowly wheezed out a laugh. "Oh, Kaine," she said between her laughter, "you truly are my blood. You're as clumsy as me, and I love it." "But..." "Hush, I won't hear any more bull about how ugly you came from it, how ugly you think it is. It came from the heart, and I'll treasure it always." True to her word, the old woman gave the picture a place of honor above the kitchen table. In the days that followed, Kaine would often catch her staring at the picture, at the portrait with a strange smile on her face, an action she interpreted as silent, mocking laughter. A week later, Kaine could stand it no more and asked her grandmother to take the artwork down. "Posh," said the old woman. "I'll take this one down when they roll me in my shroud." She pondered for a bit, then turned to Kaine and dropped to one knee. "Listen to me, girl. Seeing this picture makes me feel happy in a way I've never felt before. And it makes me want to go on so that someday you can feel the same happiness." It was a moment that burned itself into Kaine's memory. A perfect blend of pride and love and joy came together to form a lifelong remembrance. She swore never to forget this moment, to never forget the old woman who had made her place in the world possible. Time moves on. People and memories move in and out of a life like ghosts passing through a hall. But this moment will be different, Kaine swore, because I will remember it forever. Forever. Kaine's dreams. Separation. Kaine listened to the sound of crackling firewood and stared at the black object on her plate. She'd been pushing it around the wooden disc for a good 10 minutes, ignoring the bemused stare of her grandmother. Finally, she summoned her courage and gave the object a brief sniff. A sharp, bitter scent flew up her nostrils and made its home there, causing her face to twist with disgust. "Grandma, I can't believe you want me to eat a bug." The old woman threw some more wood under the cooking pot and snorted. "It's not a bug, you fool girl, it's a berry. Why the hell would I be feeding you bugs?" "Yeah, well, it sure looks like a bug," said Kaine, "and I think it's burnt or something, 'cause it smells terrible." With that, Kaine held her nose and threw the berry into her mouth, chewing as little as possible. "Oh yeah, that's terrible, all right. Why, you little brat," laughed the old woman. "Look at the sass on you. You've been spending too much time with me, and that's a fact." 5 years had passed since the moment when Kaine's grandmother saved her from the bullies. As is often the way with two stubborn people, their relationship had grown in fits and starts, but moved forward all the same. Meals that used to be somber affairs were now filled with laughter and hurled abuse in equal measure. Kaine could not remember a time when she had been happier. As the years went by, Kaine began to shoulder more and more of the daily responsibilities. Her grandmother's legs grew weaker by the day, and she could no longer do many of the chores she used to take for granted. And so this morning found Kaine lacing up her work boots with a breakfast of burned berry rolling through her belly. "Where are you going today?" asked Grandma suddenly. Kaine looked up, surprised. The old woman rarely asked for specifics anymore. Also, rancid fruit, eating gross fruit, it's not good. Well, I was going to check out the kelma trees to see if they were ripe. I thought we could make some jam or something. Oh, and I'm going to pick up some flagstone, so I need to take the wheelbarrow. Flagstones? What in the hell for? Kaine stared at her grandmother, then held her out an arm and swept it around their home. Constructed mostly of cloth, rope, and rubble, the old place sagged like a boxer in the final round. Grandma, a dying cat could chew through this house. I'm going to build a stone wall so we can have some protection. Grandma laughed. The old woman laughed, exposing her toothless grin to the world. Goddamn, girl, if a bunch of thieves want to ransack this place, let 'em come. We got nothing worth stealing anyway. Not worried about thieves. I'm worried about shades. People saw one west of the village yesterday. The old woman tilted her head and stared at her granddaughter. Well, shoot, I don't know why you have to do it today. We can worry about it some other... Grandma, no. If I don't go to the Kelma trees, we won't eat tonight. You know that. A confused expression passed across the old woman's face, and for a moment she was a small child lost at a carnival. Yes, she said after a bit. I suppose... Yes, of course you're right. I'm sorry, Kaine. Lately it seems my mind is... She didn't finish the thought. Instead, walking over to the nightstand and gently taking the wreath of lunar tears from the drawer. The flower's petals had aged to a brilliant whiteness, and Kaine thought it was more beautiful now than the day she first received it. You're going to be a true woman soon, Kaine's grandma said as she placed the flowers in the girl's hair. So that means less chatter about shades and building defensive walls and more talk about how beautiful you've become. Annoyed, Kaine reached up to remove the garland, but the look on her grandmother's face stopped her hand. You're a beautiful thing, said the old woman, and there ain't another like you in all the world. I'm very proud of you. Okay, Grandma, that's enough goddamn compliments for one day. Such a mouth on you. Where did that come from? Gee, I wonder. I'll teach you to sass me, girl. Suddenly she lurched forward and grabbed Kaine by the ears, pulling her around the room with a crazed grin on her face. Grandma, yelled Kaine in a quaking voice. Grandma, stop it. What the hell? The old woman stared at her and blinked, and then slowly held her wrinkled hands out as if it was the first time she had ever seen them. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry, girl, but sometimes my mind just... Kaine thought the look on her grandmother's face was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever seen. Listen, she began, maybe I should stay home after all. No, I won't have you stay here to keep an eye on an old codger like me. You go get your fruit and your wall and whatnot, and I'll be fine. When you come back, I'll have a nice grasshopper dinner waiting for you. Kaine rolled her eyes and then kissed her grandmother on the forehead and made ready to depart, trying desperately to ignore the worry that was gnawing on the walls of her heart. Kaine could feel the old woman's eyes watching her as she moved down the path. Don't turn around, she told herself, but in the end the temptation was too great. She spun on her heel for one final look and saw a small, bent woman standing in front of a ramshackle hut with a sad expression on her face. Gosh, she looks so old now. It's like the wind could reach down and just carry her away. Kaine worried about her grandmother all day, causing her work to suffer. What little fruit she could collect was tossed carelessly into the wheelbarrow. She only found a couple of stones before losing interest in the project. Finally, as dusk approached, she decided to call it a day. Cursing herself for the lack of focus, she pushed the nearly empty wheelbarrow back down the pass. As she crested the final hill, she suddenly froze in place. The wheelbarrow fell from her fingers and collapsed on its side, sending a few pieces of wrinkled brown fruit rolling back down the hill. Her gaze was transfixed by the black cloud that hovered just ahead. Tracing its path with her finger, Kaine suddenly felt her stomach knot in on itself. Oh no. No, oh gods, no! Her grandmother's house was ablaze, the flames licking up as if trying to touch the sky itself. Grandma! Grandma! Kaine ran then, faster than she had ever moved in her life. Once she tripped on a stone and was sent sprawling back into the rocky ground. But she leapt to her feet and continued running, unmindful of the blood that spilled from her wounded hands and knees. As she got closer and closer, Kaine's mind began to race in time with her footfalls. It's too dark. It's too dark. Not just fire. Can't be fire. Too much smoke. Gotta save her. Gotta save her. She burst into the front yard and came to a sudden halt, her worst suspicions confirmed. The smoke from the fire was mingling with the thick, inky blackness of an enormous shade. The massive creature supported itself on 3 twisted feet, and achieved balance through means of a large, armored tail. Scales, horns, and claws sprouted from its body in a random, chaotic pattern, giving it the appearance of a lizard designed by some insane god. Seeing Kaine, it let out a roar and flicked its tail, sending small whirlwinds spinning around the yard. For a moment the creature retreated into a shimmering, inky blackness, as if her mind was unable to comprehend that such a thing could actually exist. But then the smell hit her, a blend of rotted meat and excrement, and the horror became real once more. The creature bellowed again, and this time Kaine responded with a scream of her own. "All right, you bastard," she thought as her scream echoed off the high cliffs around them. "It's you or me. Let's go." The shade eyed Kaine with bemused interest. It then began looking from her to the house and back again, as if urging her to look at the destruction it had so gleefully wrought. With dread building in her heart, Kaine glanced toward the house. Through the smoke and the flames, she spotted a small figure struggling to escape the ruins. "Grandma!" At the sound of her voice, the old woman began waving frantically. "She's alive," thought Kaine. "Alive!" Kaine's legs sprang to life as she raced across the yard toward the flaming wreckage of the house. Before she could advance more than a few steps, Shade opened his mouth and let out a roar powerful enough to uproot trees and send them flying. The blast sent Kaine tumbling through the air, smashing her against the rocky earth. Stars danced in front of her eyes as she tried to remember how her legs worked. "Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up now!" As Kaine struggled to her feet, the Shade stomped toward the house and pinned her grandmother to the ground with the tip of a claw. The old woman struggled to move the claw from her stomach, but she may as well have been pushing a mountain. She coughed briefly, sending a small spray of blood into the air, and then collapsed to the ground, her energy spent. Kaine lurched her feet to the ground, only to fall back to the earth with a gasp. Her ankles were on fire. One or both of them were surely broken. Ignoring the pain that screamed through her body, she began dragging herself across the ground, leaving a drunken tail of dust and blood in her wake. "Grandma, hold on, just a little longer." Her grandmother's face was turning blue, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were exposed. Kaine pulled herself across the ground with maddening slowness, the distance seeming to increase with every second that passed. The Shade glanced between the two women and flicked its tongue, its giant mouth turning up at the corners. Short, panting breaths belched from somewhere deep inside its core. "Bastard! Laughing at us!" She had no idea how such a mindless creature could experience emotion, but there could be no doubt the Shade was taking joy in their suffering. "Yeah, I see your plan." The Shade moved its claws slightly, allowing Grandma to breathe again. It was clear it was keeping her alive only to snuff out her life when Kaine was close enough to touch her. Clearly keeping. "I'm gonna kill this bastard." Summoning all her strength, Kaine rose to her feet. There was a sickening snap in her right ankle as the foot twisted backward, but she forced it from her mind and began to hobble toward the monster. Pulling a small knife from the pouch at her waist, she leapt forward on the foot that pinned her grandmother and plunged the weapon deep. "Give her back!" she screamed. "Give her back to me!" It was like stabbing a rock. After a few snipes, the knife broke at the hilt with a dull snap. The Shade panted laughter again, and then raised its tail and sent it rushing through the air at the young girl that was lashed to its foot. Kaine never had a chance. The tail struck her square in the chest and sent her crashing into the burning wreckage of the home. As she lay on the ground with blood pouring from multiple wounds, a small, weak voice spoke up. "Kaine? Kaine, I'm sorry." Kaine's vision blurred, but she forced herself to focus all this out. Finally, her eyes cleared enough for her to make out her grandmother's hands reaching out out to her through the smoke. Grandma? Kaine, you gotta run. You can't best this one. Kaine grabbed the hands and held on with all her strength. Grandma, come on, we have to go. The old woman coughed loudly. One of her hands, slick with blood, slipped from Kaine's grasp and thumped on the ground below. Grandma, no! No! I said run, goddammit. You have to live. You have to get through. The thought would stay forever unfinished. Before she could say another word, the shade's clawed foot descended, smashing through the remains of the roof and down upon the shattered figure of the old woman. Blood oozed from the gaps in the creature's toes as the terrible putrid smell assaulted Kaine's nose once again. She stared at the foot, dumbfounded, convinced that what she was seeing could not possibly be real. When the creature had finally lifted its appendage, all that remained underneath was a twisted, unrecognizable mass of rubble and red. Her grandmother was gone. Kaine blinked, trying to feel the hands which had been in hers just a moment before. For a fleeting instant she could remember the warmth of that embrace, the trembling of the fingers, but then the sensation drifted away on the breeze and was gone. Memories flashed through Kaine's mind, one after the other, faster and faster, until they became a meaningless jangle of noise. Kaine screamed then, a thunderous sound that echoed off the cliffs, then seemed to roll away forever. The shade eased forward, black ichor pouring from its mouth and dissolving into smoke on the ground below. The earth shook with every step as it crept toward its prey. Kaine's body rose slowly, as if controlled by a mad puppet master. Her arms and legs were bent at impossible angles. Her head lolled dangerously to the side. Yet somehow she managed to stand. Staring at the shade, her eyes began to glow with a deep red fire. The creature, so confident just moments before, took a slow, hesitant step backward, trying to discern if this broken human could possibly pose a threat. Kaine seized the moment. Laughing like a madwoman, she leapt into the air and plunged the shattered hilt of her knife deep into the leg of the shade. The shade shook Kaine off like a fly, sending her crashing to the earth once again. Her chest rose and fell slowly, as if a great weight were resting on it. The moist sounds of pain echoed through her mind. Something warm and thick oozed from her ears. Is that blood? I think it is. I think I'm bleeding to death. No. Can't die. Grandma told me to live. Deep inside Kaine's mind, something finally broke. The sound, the pain, the smoke, and the flames. All of it faded away until all that remained was a single incantation repeated over and over again. Kill it, 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 kill it. Kill it now. As the spark that was Kaine slowly began to flicker and die, she felt her desire to kill and her desire to live blend into one. The distance between heartbeats grew longer and longer and longer. Oh, that's the samurai outfit. Okay.
The beast approaches.
Oh, I know.
Forgot I did that. So this game has books in it. Like multiple books. Man, this game loves to whiplash you. Yeah, you're reading about Kaine's past.
This creature must have. How did it even survive these past 5 years?
Also, now it's time to fight the monster. Mm-hmm.
My sword's lighter. It's not the blade, but the skill of the user. Strike it down.
It's not how samurai tend to dress. I do like the haircut, though. That's Nero's haircut, but a little bit shorter. Kaine's dreams encounter. Okay, so this is part 4. I can't remember if there's another part after this. There's more later, but this right now, I can't remember if this is the last one or not. Gently, weakly, softly, the shade, sure that its tormentor was dead, turned and stomped off toward the horizon, stopping along the way to bellow one final roar. Couldn't kill it. Shamed beyond imagining, Kaine tried to turn her head to the side, but only succeeded in coughing up a huge gout of blood. It was getting difficult to see, and only after a moment of fierce concentration did she realize that her left eye was gone. Laughing to herself, she turned her remaining eye to the ruins of her home and noticed a ragged stump of an arm resting a few feet away. Yeah, that's mine, she thought with a mad giggle. This is gonna make clapping a real bitch. Cried a sudden voice from the depths of her mind. Finally gonna die, are you? Well, you had it coming. Go to hell, Demo, she thought at the unseen assailant. Go to hell before I pluck your eyes out and feed 'em to a dog. The voice of her childhood terror evaporated into smoke, only to be replaced by another, more recent voice. Hold still, said the apothecary, materializing from the ruins like a ghost. I want to draw you. That way you can live forever. No, stop. I don't want to live forever. I want to die right here. I see, he said quietly. Well, if that's what you want. The spectral shopkeeper fluttered in and out of existence for a moment, then produced his piece of paper and sketched quickly. After a few seconds, he turned the page to Kaine and smiled. Since you rejected my offer, I decided to draw someone else. It was a picture of her grandmother. Real as life. Kaine opened her mouth to thank the man, but stopped as the picture began to blacken in the middle. Before she could say anything, pictures of dozens of multi-legged insects began to swarm across the page, tearing at it with sharpened pincers. Sorry, I hit the mute button. No, stop. No, don't hurt that picture. Kaine reached out with her remaining arm and waved futilely at the air. To her surprise, the insects fell off the picture into the ground below, where they vanished into tiny black tendrils of smoke. Relieved, Kaine turned her good eye back to the picture, only to open her mouth in a silent scream. The sketch now showed her grandmother as she truly was, a smashed, unrecognizable lump of nothing. The apothecary smiled, then broke into a jolly dance. See that? He cried as he danced his jig. It's perfect now. She looks just like you. Ha-cha-cha. Ha-cha-cha-cha. Ha-cha-cha. Ha-cha-cha-cha. Sorry. I look like that? Oh God. Oh God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Drowning in despair, Kaine laid her head back in the mud and smoke of her ruined house and waited for the end to come. But just before she let everything go, an unfamiliar voice began whispering in her ear. Ain't you got a wish, sunshine? The voice was vulgar and fierce at the same time, as if insanity had somehow found a way to take form. Kaine wanted to scream as the voice crawled under her skin, but her lungs refused to work. You know, a wish? Like a prayer or something? Why don't you get on your knees and start praying to heaven? Please, invisible man in the sky, save me. Save me. Kaine finally resorted to shouting with the voice at the voice in her mind. I don't make wishes. They don't come true for me. I'm a curse, a freak. I should be left to die. The other voice boomed in her ears. Oh God, you are the best. Kaine glanced down and saw a black, shiny substance oozing from her legs. She tried to brush it away, but her remaining arm would no longer respond. The substance slowly crept around her feet, then began moving upward toward the rest of her body. Is this death? Is this what it's like? Or is my mind just losing itself? She could feel the slime oozing upward, feel the hot, searing pain it left in its wake. Whatever else might be happening, she was still alive, and this was real. "Come on," said the voice. "Let it go." Kaine tried to ignore the voice and concentrate on the pain, but the newcomer would have none of it. "Don't ignore me, Sunshine. You're ready to give up, ready to die, so why not let me have it?" "Have what?" "Your body. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. I want to stand on the ground. Feel the rain, taste the wind." The voice paused as if licking its lips. When it resumed, it was filled with mad, unabated joy. "And I want to take your hand and use them, your hands and use them to choke the goddamn life out of people. I want to tear out their throats and bathe in the blood, just like before." In response, Kaine shifted her head and vomited. The warmth of it crept down her front and mingled with the pain of the encroaching black ooze. "Are you a shade?" "Maybe. What of it?" The slime reached her face, crept up past her nose, and slowly oozed into the socket of her missing eye. The moment it touched her brain, Kaine was struck by the most powerful sensation she'd ever felt in her life. It was ecstasy. She wanted to scream with delight, but all she could manage was a small whispered moan. "Feels good, don't it?" asked the voice. "Venom symbiote, exactly," asked the voice with a chuckle. "What can I say? I know how to please the ladies. Yuck. Now give me that body. Come on, give me the body and I'll give you more of this feeling. It's a fair trade." A black lump began to protrude from Kaine's side. As she watched, it grew longer and thicker, eventually taking the form of her missing arm. "I can see better," she thought. My eye must be growing back too." The slime reached up and enveloped the rest of her face, but she managed to brush it away. "Stop," she whispered, marveling at how she managed to regain her voice. "Stop." The black ooze hesitated, as if considering this request, then shimmered down her body as if disappearing in a cloud of smoke. What the hell, Sunshine?" screamed the voice. "I thought we had a deal. I thought you wanted to die." "Grandma said, can't die yet." A brief image of her grandmother, bloodied and broken, flashed before her eyes. She saw the shade that had killed her and heard its mocking laughter, then closed her eyes and forced the image from her mind. Her whole body was quaking with rage. When she opened her eyes again, they turned bright red. "That thing took my grandmother. I have to kill it before I die." Kaine glanced down and saw a mysterious pattern, the pattern of the shades, burn itself into her left arm. "Well, I'll be damned," said the voice cheerfully. "Look at that, Sunshine. I think you and me are going to be good friends now." Kaine stared intently at her arm. The more emotional she felt, the more the letters seemed ready to puncture her skin and begin infecting the rest of her body. The arm clearly had a will of its own now. "Stop. Gotta stop." Holding her left arm in her right, Kaine took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. "Come on, don't fight it," pleaded the voice. "Hate's my favorite dish and I'm hungry." Feel the anger. Burn with the fire of revenge. Thirst for blood and go out there and... Shut up! Shut up and get the hell out of my body. Your body? Oh, that's rich. That's rich, Sunshine. Real rich. Look, why don't you just up and die so you can have this... I can have this body all to myself. What do you say? I bet those buddy of yours in the area would love to see you dead. Kaine grabbed a nearby shard of glass and tried to saw off the shade-infected portion of her side. Before she could, her darkened left arm grabbed her right wrist, crushing it. Kaine screamed and dropped the shard as the sound of bone crunching on bone filled the air. "Stupid girl, you're possessed now, Sunshine. Stupid idiot girl, you're possessed now, Sunshine. There ain't no going back." The voice laughed again. A loud, long wail seemed to go on without end. "Possessed?" whispered Kaine. "Yeah, possessed. You and me. We got what you might call a timeshare agreement. Remember how folks used to think you were a freak? Well, wait till they get a load of you now." Kaine looked up, tears in her eyes. The sky seemed smaller somehow, darker. Is this because of that shade? Is this how they see the world? So, listen, purred the voice. I know this whole possession thing seems a bit sudden, but it ain't all bad. There's plenty in it for you, too. I'm a very powerful creature, Sunshine, and now that power belongs to you. You got enemies? People you want to kill? I can make it happen. That fat little kid who kept picking on you? That big old shade that squashed your granny? We'll wrap them up in their own assholes. No more abuse for you, Sunshine. No more pain. Wait, said Kaine. You're a shade. Why would you want me to help? Why would you help me kill another shade? What, you think I'm some kind of racist? Some kind of killing snob? I don't give a good goddamn who you murder, honey pants. I just want to drink from the well. Kaine considered this as she struggled to her feet, the power of the shade coursing through her. Smoke from her house was drifting away with the wind, and she enjoyed the way the cool evening breeze felt on her new left arm. After a long pause, the voice spoke up again. So, how about it? You and me? We could have some good times together. Look, I'll even take care of the bloody part if you don't want. Fuck off, asshole, muttered Kaine. I'll handle the killing. Screamed the voice. Look at you, go! Oh, Sunshine, we are gonna have so much fun. So listen, my name's Tyrion, and if you ever need me, I'll be hanging out in this old piece of meat you call a heart. So get to it. The more you kill, the more your heart turns rotten and sour. And I like rotten and sour. Kaine found herself nodding at the voice. Yeah, she said, I think this can work. I'm gonna find that shade and I'm gonna strangle it with its own guts. And when I'm done, I'm gonna do the same to you, Tyrion. Count on it. Count on it. Ha! Laughed Tyrion. I've shit bigger than you, so good luck with that. Oh, and hey, one more thing. Right now, you and me are sharing this body. But if you ever run out of hate, if you ever, go soft, then I'm gonna take over everything. So keep on killing, Sunshine, and watch your back. The voice grew fainter and gradually faded away, fading somewhere deep inside Kaine herself. Kaine waited until the voice was gone, then waved her new left arm around a couple times. Feels perfectly normal, she thought. Feels like mine. Desperately, she began poking and prodding at the new limb, determined to find something wrong with it. She didn't want it to feel normal. That would mean the creature inside her had already won. I am not a shade. I am Kaine. Repeating this mantra in her mind, she slowly began digging through the rubble in her house, careful to ignore a certain red-stained spot in the corner. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of heartbreaking work, she found what she was looking for. It was the wreath of lunar tears. Although it had been through hell and back, the garland's petals were as bright as ever. Kaine started to place it in her hair, then slowly lowered the wreath and stared at it. I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm so sorry. But I don't deserve to wear this anymore. I'm possessed, corrupted, a freak. And this time I don't think there's any going back. Holding the flowers to her heart, Kaine fell to the ground and sobbed. As night gradually lightened to dawn and the people of the area arose to their daily lives, she remained in that position, as if tears could somehow wash away the horror that now infected her world.
Alive! Stay alive! Stay alive!
Grandma.
Kaine, you gotta live! You gotta come back to us!
Oh, hey. Emil, you were the one calling me, weren't you?
You still recognize me?
Of course. I knew you right away.
Thank you, Kaine.
Welcome back, Kaine.
Wow, you grew up. So, how long has it been?
5 years.
Shit. That's a long time. Any luck with Fiona?
We are still no closer to finding her. We need a way to locate the Shadow Lord.
By the way, this is for you.
Is that a lunar tear?
It's not as good as your grandmother's, but I tried.
No, it's great. Thank you.
Kaine waking from her long, petrified sleep. Emil's unflagging kindness. Our reunion was a happy one. We let it wash over us like rain. That is, until Devila and Popola had to go and ruin it all.
Are you kidding me? You can't be serious.
Please, try to understand. People are tired and scared, and... I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to bear the brunt of that.
This is crap, and you know it.
It's okay. We can sleep outside.
No one's sleeping outside. You and Kaine saved this village. And now they want to run you out?
People are afraid of us. And really, I understand. I mean, look at me. As long as you're still with us, I can deal with it. Right, Kaine?
I'm used to sleeping outside.
But...
We'll see you later.
Sorry about this.
What is the matter?
Kaine always sleeps outside. I never thought about that until just now. Never even occurred to me. Damn it.
We should turn in.
I didn't get much sleep that night. For the first time in my life, I hated Devila. For the first time in my life, I doubted Popola. But those feelings are pointless in the end. They said and did what they did for the sake of the village. To protect it from the horror of the Shades. Really, how can I blame Devila and Popola? In the end, I'm just as bad. Because I never once stopped to think about Kaine and Emil's situation myself. I should apologize to Kaine and Emil, but what good would that even do? Wait, is that...
I'm so happy to get to talk to you again, Kaine.
Yeah, me too.
I tried everything I could think of to save you, you know. I polished you with a special cloth. I poured warm water over you.
Wait, you poured water on me?
Yeah, but it didn't really do much except make you all shiny.
Hey, Emil. Thanks for saving me.
I guess you noticed how I look different.
I'm sorry, Emil.
Well, I mean, this new form isn't all bad, you know? At least I can look at you when we talk, right? Hey, so why don't you tell me something about yourself?
I'm not very interesting. Sorry.
Come on. I just want to know you better. Please?
This all happened when I was a kid. Before the whole The shade possession thing. My body is different. And when the villagers found out about it, they started treating me like a freak. But one person, my grandmother, accepted me just as I was, no matter how bad things got. She gave me the strength to keep going.
She's really special to you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, hey! That gives me an idea. Since we cured your petrification, we should start looking for a way to cure your possession and my body. I know we can do it if we all work together. Heck, it'll probably be super easy.
Let me guess. More warm water?
Okay. Can we just forget I told you about that?
This wasn't in the original, by the way. This scene, that they added this. Fox and Vicey are always together. He says even though they argue a lot, they're actually good friends. I wish I could travel with Fox sometimes. Okay, and
Sleep well?
if that's not enough...
Sure.
And yet your red eyes tell a different tale. Don't be so hard on yourself, lad.
I need to go see Devila and Popola.
Very well.
Hold on, I'm gonna walk out of the house and save first. Then I'm gonna come back and look at the book. Sorry, not... yeah, the book. That was an hour and a half. Just stick a novella in your video game.
What might that be?
It's Mom's diary.
I have not heard you speak much about your mother.
She got the Black Scrawl and died when I was little.
My apologies for bringing it up.
It's all right. I can barely remember her face anymore. This is the only thing I have left of her. Reading it helps remind me of when we were still a family.
I see.
But the final entries get a little strange.
In what way?
Well, here, take a look.
Say there, can you not hear me? Why are you standing about like a slack-jawed ninny?
Sorry. Felt like I was dreaming or something.
Sleeping on one's feet is quite the talent indeed. Come now, there's the door.
Right. Let's go.
So this is the NieR that we got in North America. This is his original voice as well. He came back. I'm just gonna play this a little bit and then I'll save after and then yeah. But because I'm tired. But yeah, this is their dad. This is Papa NieR. This is the world of the recycled vessel, created to avoid the destruction of all. In which we hear the hot remixes. So, there were DLC combat missions in the original NieR, but during which they were developed in Japan, and they just just didn't bother to make them of Papa NieR. So this time they're doing the reverse. Since we don't get a game with Papa NieR this time, he gets to be in the DLC. So if you did have a desire for this game to have a playable older man in it, you get it. You just have to beat the game first. But hey, it's here, so I don't mind that. I don't mind the whole get what you want when you beat the game. Also, just the hyper techno house remixes, I like them. So I didn't know this was in the game. I was so hyped to realize that he was actually back. Black scrawl, a lost destiny, a white book, a false truth. Soldiers assault, calling forth white death. They are legion, those who plunge the world into darkness. Got a sword. It was kinda running Naruto style with the two swords. The dragon's corpse brought death to the world, delivering unto it the power of magic. That's worse. The black sickness stains the future. They journey to return to soulless vessels. Gotta be kidding. Oh.
Something wrong?
I feel as if I've just awoken from a most unpleasant dream.
I know what you mean. That
Oh, sorry. I didn't even read what it said. All right. Hold on a sec. Gonna block you from seeing this. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, I was wondering why the automata costumes weren't there. It's because I didn't install them. I forgot to do that. Alright, I'm back, but I'll be leaving because it's 6 a.m. and I'm tired. But thank you for sticking with me all this way. I will see you again later.